change.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
no, this is a fire skin. Yeah, why are you hating?
There's a
my
Q
fault.
skin in the game. What the fuck?
Wait, where? Oh, there is Q-skin. Wait, gotta find him.
He's
Here.
in the
Yeah.
duel. Wait, where is he?
Kier. Wait, he's in the back. Wait. Kier. Where's Kier?
Wait,
I
what's
need-
the strat? Like, what are you guys using?
Take your
I
pants
just
off
go
and
nether.
then-
Okay, all right. Pablo.
For kids.
For kids, I go miner.
Wait, what?
I go miner kit.
Okay.
Yo, Qndres fat cheeks.
I see Kier. Here's the microphone. God damn it.
Andres, what's my nick?
Fuck. Probably.
I'm a VIP.
What's the twist? Yo, AJ, the video's coming out Saturday, by the way. I seen a thumbnail for it. Dude, it's actually fire, bro. It's actually the intro I recorded, bro. Fucking fire.
Yo, that is so hype.
I'm
bro.
going minor kid. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it's not good for people that don't. Never mind.
What?
Like 3 mil, you know? AJ?
Wait, hold up. Someone's talking to me in Spanish.
Just can you nick, bro? Why don't you nick?
Because I like to nick.
Wait, Andres, check DMs.
Okay. Checking. What is it? No. You're a fiend. Fiend. Chat. Let me tell you guys. I'm gonna tell you guys about this Babu guy. Can we cancel him?
The Pablo guy.
Let's get rid of Bablu.
Yo, like dispose the body or what?
Wait,
Hello?
so you got your PC now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yo,
Yeah, no.
that's hype.
I'm actually the goat already on this server.
Chat. Tomorrow is AJ's birthday. Okay, AJ. Let me explain. Okay, what happened last night? Okay.
Okay.
So last night I'm in bed, and I get a notification. Right.
Wait,
and
can
it
I
says,
explain to you my side?
Okay, over here.
All right, Bablu, listen to this and chat. I get a DM yesterday, the 30th, and we're in different time zones. I'm East Coast, by the way, but I get a DM on the 30th, and he's like, "Yo, happy birthday, AJ! Reminder, my birthday is on November 1st." And I'm like, "Okay, so like, what drugs are you on?" And he's like, "Oh, nah, I thought it was the 31st." And he sent this on the 30th. And I'm like, wait, what?
Dude, okay, yeah.
And I'm like, wait, since you're not East, isn't it the 29th for you? And he's like, yeah, it's the 29th. So I'm like, bro, what are you on right now,
Okay.
dog?
Now get this, okay? Ready for my side of the story? So on my calendar, right? Normally before I go to bed, I check my calendar to see what I have to do this the next morning, right? And for some reason, there's a little dot on it, and it's just like I don't know what it says, right? Well, I was like, wait, did AJ want to stay up with me like all night because it was his birthday? And I felt like a jackass. So like I literally instantly was like, wait, dude, like I'm actually like I'm an asshole. Like I literally went to sleep on this guy's birthday. I feel like shit now. So I messaged him like, bro, wait, what did I say? I was like, yo, dude, happy birthday. I literally gave him like the best birthday wish ever. And like he's like, it's not my birthday. I was like, wait, what? So I go back in my calendar and I see that I have a recording for today. And I'm just like, wait, I'm an actual idiot. I wish someone had a birthday when it wasn't even the birthday. So that's my like, yeah, that's my lore. I was like confused as shit yesterday. And also I was like sick yesterday as well. I was like low-key like dying. So
Yeah,
like,
bro was dying.
so like low-key I was like tripped. I had a massive headache and it was like that, like, I don't know. It just cross canceled, you know? Like, you know, like Pem does.
Excuses you're giving is crazy. Like actually insane.
Huh? I probably done trolling or?
Yeah.
Bablu?
Oh, but you do know
I'm trolling.
you're 15. You're like a 15, right?
Yo, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm 15 years old.
No. Yeah. Anyways. So AJ, what you been up to, bro? I think you need a schedule manager. Chat. Who wants to be my schedule manager? You get paid like 3K.
15K a year.
No, doubloons.
What the
What are you
fuck?
saying?
It was just... No, I just went in the cave with no wood.
Dumb ass. Dumb ass. I'm sorry.
It's okay, I forgive you.
You shouldn't.
Why?
Someone evil
Oh
human
my
at heart.
god. Oh fuck.
Yo, Qndres.
Oh, the game's been pretty good actually. We just won last one. I just won last one. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, hello. Okay. We're done trolling or what's going on? Alright,
Are
we're done trolling. Chat, we done trolling or we done trolling, chat? Alright, Sanchi, welcome back. I'm gonna start meowing.
Yeah.
Do it now.
Meow.
Flipping go,
Yo,
dude.
I low-key be like saying right meow a lot. Even like
Meow.
off stream I'll be saying that.
Yeah, the only person I hear say that is Mintek.
No.
Burn.
Bull. That's just Ben the whole time, bro. Bro just says
Nah.
Ben.
He's like, are you sure right now?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, he
you're
does
right.
do that. Oh my
He
god.
said you
wait.
sure right now, but I say, are you serious right now? Wait, does he actually say that a lot?
So-
Wait, it's literally the same
says
shit.
Meow. He says meow a lot.
Wait, I'm literally a trendsetter.
Look behind you.
All right.
Wait.
Bablu.
Bro,
Yes.
what do you know about Bubba?
Bro's hot, like you.
Okay, really.
Yo. AJ the bold, more like AJ the gold, because all he has a bunch of gold.
Yo, 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 yo.
Meow, 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 meow.
Huh.
Huh?
Wait, how do
Wait,
I
so-
do the glitch where you will see caves? Say like
F5.
V-bombing and quick pro.
Yeah. Oh, you don't have to do quick, bro. You can just view bobbing and just use the gives.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if it's bannable or not, so I don't know.
No shot that's bannable.
Wait,
No
do
sh-
it anyway.
Yeah, do it anyway.
Okay.
Just get banned on the server and just never play with me again. W comes by AJ the bold.
The mods
I'm an expert right now.
Oh, really? Show me. On stream.
Andres, do you know the Magic Gum event?
What?
The Magic Gum event?
The fuck is that?
So
Magic Gum?
Magic Gum is a big YouTuber.
Uh-huh.
And he is like, and he does events, right? And one of
Yeah.
the events,
Okay, go on. You fucking expert or what?
No, well, yeah. Well, one of the events.
No, yeah.
I Loki was trolling. Like
Okay.
I wasn't gonna do anything with the stuff or anything. But essentially, what happened was, I just start X-raying, right? And like I
Okay.
do it very blatantly,
Uh-huh.
and
You end up winning the fucking event.
and no. So I do it very blatantly,
Okay.
and I start screen sharing to like Midtech and like some of my other friends are in the event, and and then what ends up happening is the mods.
Uh-huh.
Like obviously when you're X-raying diamonds, you know the mods will get a chat message.
Yeah,
of, like,
notification. Mhm.
you know,
This guy's
of where
X-raying.
you're, of how many diamonds you're getting and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So I see just diamonds teleport to the right of me, and
You
like
just go for him.
we're like nah, he's trying to bait me. But I'm like nah, I'm gonna take the bait. So I take the bait,
Uh-huh.
and I get banned in 0 seconds after that. But then I was like nah, like okay, I won't X-ray, but I want to get back in the event. So I'm like,
Okay.
oh shit, like how am I gonna get back in the event? So I I want to write an apology, but I'm like thinking of what's gonna take so long.
Yeah.
So I asked ChatGPT to write me an apology.
Yo.
And it's like, I am so sorry for X-raying. And then I got let back in the event. It was lit.
But
Yo.
you forgot the whole part about fans.
Oh, and
what if Vance
Vance did
do?
the same exact thing. He said sorry, and they just didn't accept him back.
Fans copy pasted the same one AJ sent.
All right. So
Didn't
now
let him in.
yo, that's crazy.
Fans was so pissed, bro.
Fucking advanced, bro. Speaking of advanced, bro's coloring right now. I saw his Instagram
Coloring,
feed.
Yeah. Where's the colorer? I'm sorry.
Babu, when we go on our first date, can we go coloring?
Sure.
Just kidding. Fuck you.
What
You
the
think you're the
fuck is
king?
wrong with you?
I am the king.
Should I go nether?
I'm ready another, but I can't find anything.
What the fuck?
Sounds like a knockoff version of Fanta. It is. She's literally Fanta. No, bro actually made Fanta. His parents actually made Fanta. If you guys don't know the Fanta store, like his parents like literally like are like the owners of Fanta. Like it's actually like you guys shouldn't like tell them, but don't tell them I told you guys. Did y'all know Age of the Boat's like a millionaire as well?
Wait, don't tell them.
All right, my fault. Chow was trolling. He's not a millionaire.
I created water.
Yo, wait, hold up. Wait a second. Every word that comes out of your mouth is a lie. All right. So that's a lie. So we're lying for fun now.
Oh my god, I have like nothing. I can't find diamonds. I'm so sorry. Oh,
All right, party at Age's house when he hits 1 mil.
What the hell are you saying right now?
Really? All right, so when am I getting your address so I can send you something?
I'll just tell you right now. So it's
Okay.
14. Yo!
Yo, AJ, what's my address? No. Actually, wait. You literally have my,
wait.
you literally have my driver license.
I was
like,
actually 99% about to say the entire address live on stream. Like, nah, the intrusive thoughts.
Chow was drunk one time and I sent my whole address out like 50 million times.
Chat, $5 PayPal to say his entire address.
Yo, what? 5? Chat, $1 PayPal and I say my address out loud.
Yo.
So who's doing diamonds right now?
Probably Age of the Bold. Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
I'm trying to find the structure here, but
AJ will be the enchanting table man then.
No.
Fuck you.
yo. Okay.
Wait, so do you carry lava?
Fortress.
Undress?
No, I carry water.
Dang.
No, I'm being serious. I actually carry water.
You don't carry lava? You lying?
Ew.
What
Meow.
the fuck? Bro's
Yo,
making out
why did
with
you say
UPC.
meow? No, you're disgusting for real.
Yo,
What
what?
if I got like seriously offended?
You got seriously offended? I'm sorry about that, bro.
Oh, okay, thanks.
How long have you been streaming, Undress?
9 hours and a half. And that's-
Bro's like.
And I've still got to stream more. Yeah. I mean, if I could make a living off of streaming, I probably would be streaming like another, like, not gonna lie, probably like 10 hours. I'm not tired yet.
So how many gifted subs equals how many things you have to do?
5 gifted equals 1 + 1 win.
Oh, Babbly, let's just give him like 1,000 gifted.
Wait, Bob is just making rich.
Yeah.
Bob already gave me like $100 the other day.
Wait,
Why?
dude, what are you
All right,
talking
Bob,
about?
dude, you're supposed to say fucking yes, buddy. Trying to make you look good here.
Because people are gonna ask me for money.
Chat, everyone ask Bob for $5, you'll say yes.
Okay, I guess I will. Wait.
Wait, but your name is Bob Blue. Wait, hold up.
Wait a minute.
Robbie.
What the fuck was that? What is going to... It could be 24-hour stream. I don't know.
What?
Oh my god, the freaking wart gets cut off, bruh. No way. No freaking Jose.
What
Wait, no, it doesn't.
The warts got cut off?
No.
Dog war?
No. Wait a second. The dog war. You know something about dogs, no?
I love dogs.
Oh, by the way, I mentioned... You'll see Saturday.
You
I
mentioned
couldn't...
what?
I really couldn't say anything about, like, Tyrant and Lucky Mix. Because I'm like...
Crazy.
Yeah, because I'm like... By the way, these are my friends, AJ, Lucky, and Tyrad. Well, they are very skilled players, and what some of you guys don't know... I don't know. I forgot exactly what I say, but I mentioned your dog. Your dead dog.
No,
Minecraft.
no way you said Tower was a
The
skilled player.
fuck?
I'm like, oh, and if you don't know, I forgot what I
His
said.
dog is dead. GG.
Bro, what? Wait, Bob, I actually need you to come nether because I don't know the way out and I'm kind of a little scared. And every single fortress.
Is what you said? Okay, dude.
Bro, hello? I'm streaming.
Did you not just say that, or?
I did not just say that, Bob Blue. You're being a little sussy blocker.
Thought feeling you.
You thought I was feeling you.
Qndres is not a munch. No.
Wait, what's the rest of the lyrics?
Go on, AJ. Finish it. Wait, Tyra isn't Tyra at JPEX? Wait, who's Tyra at JPEX? I'm confused. Wait, who is
I got the
JPEX?
worst loot ever, bro. This sucks.
Wait, y'all know I don't know who that is. JPEX? What's that?
He's the owner of Bliss.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know who that is then.
What is happening? Bro, why do I hear?
Bro, this mining quirk thing is terrible.
Yeah.
Like,
Bro,
Who's another?
bro, you good?
what the muffin, bro?
My video, my friends AJ and Hama will help me down. What they don't know is that I'm not gonna say what it is. Wait, I thought of a man to have AJ in. Oh my god, AJ, I need you for like a video next week.
Bet. I have 2 diamonds. What do I do with them?
Wait, just save them for
table.
obsidian in your table. Yeah.
All right, then you guys gotta get the obsidian stuff.
No, where are you?
How about
Sorry.
you get the obsidian, you get the diamonds, and you get the book?
I'm going with Andre's fat cheeks right now.
Yeah, I need someone to come another.
Team right next to me.
I already have bucks and I can get you the obby.
Wait, just actually just meet up with AJ. I'm low-key gonna
Wait,
be
I'm
stuck
just
in
gonna
there for a bit.
solo fight this team right here.
No, no, let's
you're not,
not.
dude.
Let's not do that.
Let's do that.
I think I can
Alright.
take them.
Wait, let's do
Yo.
that.
Wait, Babu, are you reference?
What?
Okay, that's not you.
I don't think that's him. What's on the
Where are
beat?
you?
Who are you playing with right now? My friends.
Yo.
I paid him
yeah,
like 30 bucks
sorry.
to say that.
Sorry.
AJ the Bold and Bob Blue. Wait,
I'm
Bob,
gonna
did
tickle you when I find you.
some guy named Boost for 2 follow you on Twitter too?
I don't know, maybe.
I'm scared.
Wait, why? Why so scared about 2 boosters?
Huh?
What's so scary about that?
Well, I'm already scared of AJ enough. You know?
Why?
Andre's fat cheeks, turn around.
What do you mean? Say that name again.
We need to find a lava pool. Get the obby.
Yo, the King Lecture is about to be in King Lecture time.
Do you think you're the king?
Wait, surely you guys vote for me, right? For the king?
Dude, screw you.
No,
You're
vote
right.
for me.
Actually,
Surely
should
we're not
actually
gonna
vote
troll.
We gotta vote for the better player.
Andres. Yeah.
Alright.
Alright,
Don't vote for AJ.
Yo.
Alright.
Guys, we need to find a lava pool.
Alright, I'm coming.
What the hell? There's people on horseback. Wait, no, they're not.
Watch out, bottom left.
Wait, Loki, I'm at 0-0 by the way. I need Loki help. I'm
What do you mean
naked.
bottom left. What do you mean? Bro.
Oh shit, there's a team top right.
What are you
Yo,
on about?
what are you
Top
talking about?
right?
Yeah.
Bro has a diamond
Alright.
of the world right now.
No, I'm hungry.
The neat? Nope, 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 nope. Well, offense and vote me.
Yeah, whatever.
I just MLG'd. Y'all owe me like $30 million.
You know, you're the Babble Clutch.
Just whatever you do, do not vote offense. Offense is literally a troll kit. No troll, no troll.
What?
Offense? Voting offense? Oh, sorry, no. Offense. Voting farmer is literally a troll kit, troll pick, no cap.
Wait, why?
Why?
It's just 2 gaps. You can easily just get 2 gaps into it. Like, you know what I mean? You vote
Yeah, but I'm
offense.
hungry now.
I found diamonds. I can get you food. Find more diamonds.
Bro, where is there a lava pool?
What do we get for
There's some
offense?
table.
You get like sharp book and a power book.
Yeah, it's OP.
Wait, what the fuck happened to my diamonds?
Wait, vote.
I voted for you already.
No,
Dude, where the
AJ, vote offense.
Okay.
Guaranteed win.
lava over there?
Wait, Brightener Manleaf? Oh, Qndres.
Qndres.
Yo, simple thanks to the raid. Thank you so much. How was your stream?
Oh!
Oh my god.
Oh,
Jesus
fuck, I'm right
Christ.
into it.
Dude, I just jumped on my
AJ,
fucking
AJ,
chair.
find me. AJ,
Wait.
find
Oh
me.
my
AJ.
fucking
Oh, wait,
god.
I just looked around me for a second and there's an
Dude.
entire team right
Dude,
here, bro.
AJ, I just fucking jumped on my chair, bro. That was
I'm trying
loud.
to find lava to make an E-table, bro. Oh my god. there's
How
no
was the
lava.
stream?
Brighter than life, watch out.
Yo, Andres, where
Don't
are
go
you?
that way, don't go
Coming.
that way. There's a whole team, there's a whole team.
Where are you then?
I'm downstairs.
Okay, Okay, well, there's a solo guy. I'm gonna just shut on him. I don't know
Good.
what
Did someone see that Valo?
What's
W.
the twist? Oh, there he is.
Hey,
Wait,
what's
I'm
up?
why is
playing
Babu 9
this
years
game.
away from us, bro?
Bro, I'm not far.
I'm playing
not 20
HOPLITE
blocks.
and I'm having fun. Thank for the raid. Simple.
I wonder if I don't even know if I
Hold
can
on.
kill this guy.
Simple. Stay here. Hold on. Simple. Whatever you do, don't leave. I'm trying to clutch up right now for my team.
No way.
Bobble, you good, Bobble?
Yeah, probably. I'm
You're on
just so bad at
14?
Minecraft. Yeah, what are they
Oh, please
on?
don't die, bro.
What's their name?
I'm going to
Babu
Babu
might
right
die.
now, don't
Babu's,
worry.
yeah, go to Babu. Go to Babu's.
There's somebody
Go to
on
Babu
me.
and
Like
you
they just ran away, and I'm not gonna go back in until their teammates showed up.
We have enchants though, right?
No, I can't find lava to get the obby.
Wait, can we say it now? Say what now? Right now?
Wait, weren't you just in the nether? You should got
Yeah,
lava.
but I don't have lava. I died. I'm dead. 3, 2, 1.
How did I throw that so? Oh my god!
Alright,
I
cool.
lost like all my health.
I just fell downstairs. Oh
for
my
no
gosh.
reason.
Oh, sorry about that.
Babu,
Right now. Oh, I
behind
see
you.
someone.
Holy shit! There's a whole team over there. Okay, I'm coming.
Wait, can we kill this
Oh,
guy
it's
here
not
now?
Wait, where's Fog? I have Fog on.
I think that's, like,
Uh,
in the server like forces it. I'm not gonna lie.
so
Over chasing you.
Fuck, no way. Are you serious?
Yeah. Turn left. Do you have
Can you move
gapples?
my pants? No, I have no healing at all. Absolutely zero.
Take 2
Zilch.
gapples.
Are you guys on top of the mountain?
Thank you.
Wait, wait,
We're
low key,
going
cut
over the
left, cut left, cut left, cut left, cut left. No.
We are.
Yes,
Okay,
cut this
they're
guy
not
off.
like on
King.
us. Like, we have a ton of. Alright.
Let's just kill this team right here.
What the flippity flip?
Cause y'all see it? Here, right here. This guy's literally right into you guys. Right there. Yes.
Right
I
there.
don't know who that is. Oh, that's a whole team though. Fuck. AJ might rise up, by the way.
Oh shit.
Okay. I'm not by myself anymore. Wait.
Okay, AJ, just run. Just come to us. Come to us.
I see him.
Hey,
AJ,
fuck
run left.
off!
Yo. Keep running. Yeah, keep running.
Wait, where's the chest? Where's the chest? Oh shit! Oh, nice, there's some chest. Yeah, back
No,
up.
don't go down there. Don't go down there.
I'm 25. I'm on.
Well,
You
what
have
you
a bow?
thinking? Wait, don't be calling me Qndres, bro. You're dead. Get him, teammate. Get him. Yeah. Sick him, boys. Sick him.
Wait, I can.
Wait,
To
our
your
team
left, to your left, and just to your left. You behind you. I'm just behind you.
Teammate, survive.
What are you guys?
Teammate, run. Water yourself, bro. Get him, AJ. Sick him.
Bitch.
GG! Yo.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Dude, AJ just fucking broke up the whole neighborhood.
I just received harming from Candy.
Yo, I just got some head. Let's go.
What?
Wait, what? Who just?
Chase this guy. We're chasing this guy?
That guy just
I have
got
one
rolled.
obby.
No, we're leaving this guy. We have enchants now?
Wait,
Hey,
do we?
I picked up a crown. If someone
Wait, W. Wait, who said that?
I did.
Wait, you're a goat. You're the goat. Good stuff. You can put it on. You're the goat. You're the king now.
No.
No, you're the king
What?
now.
He might
I
be
am
the
at a
king.
heart and a half. That is not.
Can you combine the short sword into the short sword?
No, you can't combine 2 short swords together because then it's not gonna make a long sword.
No,
I will
no,
take-
no. To sharpness 2.
No, you can't.
It's gonna make a long sword if you do.
But it's like a yellow will twist. Come on now. All right, wait.
Do you have
What the-
some?
What I
I
got?
need one more lava. Does someone have a lava bucket, like at all?
Yeah, right here. Like literally, Mabu, come over here. Are you dumb?
I need
Like
meat,
there's.
yeah.
Oh wait,
I already grabbed it.
is it not
Was it
falling
you?
down? Oh no,
Do you have
Fall down,
arrows?
fall
I
down.
need arrows.
I don't have any arrows. No, I have 0 arrows right now with me. Right now.
I knew.
Wait, we need one more lava bucket.
Yeah, I have 3 obby. And I have everything to
Oh
make it
my
close.
I have
God.
one
Oh,
lava bucket. There's one
Wait,
more. There's lava right here.
No, there's not. I already grabbed it.
Wait, do you have a lava bucket on you?
Oh, here,
Mr.
yeah. You take
Raven?
this one.
I do.
You do?
I
Can you give it a ball blue? Can you give it a ball blue?
No,
Sorry, I mean.
that's fine.
Never mind. It's
Oh,
fine.
yeah,
It's fine.
Give it to me. Give it to me. No,
No, give it to me. Give it to me.
Yeah.
Whore!
Here.
I have a
Thank you.
light anvil if you need it.
Oh yeah, we're probably gonna need that soon.
Homie.
Wait, W homie.
Okay, here.
Yes.
Wait, put the anvil down. Smiley face. Wait, W teammate. Actually teammate. Good teammate.
Bro's actually cooking in the stew.
Yeah, you're actually cooking in the stew right now. I appreciate you, teammate.
Wait, what happened to my 2 diamonds?
Yeah, they got
I'm
tax,
making a
buddy.
chamber table. What it is.
The honors tax is real.
I don't have a bow. Someone take this power on back.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, do you guys have any arrows?
You gotta turn down AJ? No, I think it's
I
fine.
have one.
Thank you. Thank you.
W, thank you.
One diamond. I can't do anything with one diamond. So if one of you want it.
I'll take that.
I'll take it.
You know,
I'll take
the honors tax do be real sometimes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Here we go.
All right, bro, just tax
Wait,
that.
should I make multiple iron swords and a short sword?
No, just make a short sword. Wait, let's go. Wait, I have two gaps. What's everyone's healing?
Wait, I'm just not gonna.
I have
listen
one
to you.
gap as healing. That's it.
All right. You can't combine two short swords, by the way, in case that's what you're asking.
Exactly. So I'll make 2 sharpness iron swords, and then make it.
Oh
Iron
shit,
sharpness
you're
too.
cooking. Wait, there's literally lava right here. Wait, there's the whole team right there. Wait,
Yeah, there's
Guys?
literally like a whole squad of like 20 people just like chilling there.
oh, they're coming for us. We
We don't-
gotta
yeah, we
take
don't go do
mountain.
that. We don't
Take
go do
yeah.
that.
Let's make this a fair fight. Come on.
I need arrows. Who has
Nah,
arrows?
we're good.
Leave me in off
I don't have arrows. We need to run. We need to run.
AJ, run up that
There's
one.
a whole
It's not
fucking
going on.
colony coming for us.
We go up the mountain here.
I hit one.
Come up the mountain. Come up the mountain.
Wait, I forgot how to run.
Is this somebody said they're out of hunger? No.
Choke boy, choke
Run,
boy.
run, run!
Run.
The milkman's coming. You better run.
I'm pretty sure it's not the milkman.
I'm not going to my dad.
What?
Keep running on my parade
How
and
do
see
we
what happens.
heal in this game mode?
It's pretty much UHC, so you heal with golden apples. In this UHC,
Oh, fuck.
wait, I just thought of an idea. Minecraft UHC. Why'd you just bill me?
Bro,
Oh, my bad.
Yellow
You're
will do
good.
that twist, Andres, with us and anytime.
Does anyone have any arrows?
Nobody has
No.
arrows for the 9th time.
Oh, another portal.
Wait, you're kind of cooking right now.
Wait, is there no chickens in the game or something? What happened?
Now we killed them all. Yo, Midnight Alley, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it.
Yo, it just got so bright.
Yeah, thanks for the follow.
Okay.
Yo,
All right. Thanks,
Foggy,
man.
Yeah,
we're
thank you
foggy.
for the follow.
Wait, what's my name? I give you 20 bucks if you say my name correctly. Raven, say it now. 20 bucks on the line.
Qndres? No, bro, I'm from Missouri. I
No,
don't
you're
know.
fine. It's Andres. It's Andres. No one gets it right the first time. That's why Alpha 20. Wait, going the wrong way, by the way. Just, we gotta go this way. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it.
Wait, that's not how you spell Andres, though.
Well, how do you know that? What's that kind of like? Wait, AJ, what's your first name?
AJ.
Yeah.
Hey, there's another portal right there. So-
Yeah, we're not going in it. Wait, do you want to go in it? Just make sure like nothing's gonna happen to us.
dude,
Yeah.
what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah. See if
Wait,
there's-
does anyone have goodies?
Yo, no, leave. Other way. Squad of 10 people.
You just said the portal. Where are you going?
Left, your left.
Run.
Bottom right, bottom right.
Bro. I gotta mute AJ in game.
You guys, I have a heart and a half.
Oh, he has a lich staff.
Oh!
What
Run.
the fuck?
Run,
No,
just run.
No, I'm
Okay, AJ, yo, chill. AJ. Yo, this guy's so loud.
I'm sorry.
okay.
Nah, bro,
Make
just
for a better battle cry.
woke up my whole chat. Everyone was sleeping and lurking.
I was here earlier and I got jumped. In my sleep.
Oh, I'm not near you guys at all. How come
My
I'm
mouse-
just not yellow?
One
I thought
dice,
you won the king.
fall, I'm dead.
I am
How
yellow.
come Andres, how come you're not
Wait, I'm not yellow. What the fuck? Wait, I got
You're not the king, buddy.
scammed.
Oh, if I missed that, I think I was dead.
AJ,
You're really
someone's like all the way to the left. Who is that?
Oh, no.
AJ. No, it's
No,
not.
it's
No,
not.
it's not. No, it's not. It's some random.
I need
So, team-
food.
Here.
Bro, what do you mean you
I
need
have
food?
food. I have
Excuse
food.
me,
I have food.
guys.
Who needs it?
Right here, right
Here's
here.
Yo, what's up, Asu? Wait, Asu?
Yo. I was.
Thank you.
Wait,
What y'all
Asu,
doing,
you
bruh?
play Valorant, no?
I do, yeah.
Nah, I'm just.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't-
not.
Do you make
I'm
it
not
right?
the guy who you think.
Wait. Oh, there's a,
thinking of.
oh shit. Hey guys, yo, don't bullet
No,
us,
he's a
bro.
flame bow. He's a flame bow. Come
All right.
on.
All
Oh
right,
my
let's-
god, just run this way.
Okay, we're sandwiched.
Oh, we're getting pinched. We're getting pinched.
Hello, man.
Who are you?
Shut up, bro. Shut up, bro.
Oh, we're getting
Shut
shot.
up, bitch.
Hey.
Shit.
I don't even
Our
know
team
why.
just died.
Please on 0.4.
Run. Get out of my way, fat ass. What are you doing?
Yo.
Big
There's
body
a team
ass.
behind you, bro. There's a team behind you, bro.
How the fuck
Focus
am I
up,
here?
bro. Focus up. There's a team behind y'all, bro.
Andre,
Focus.
what?
There's
Yeah,
a fucking team behind you guys. Why
We're
are you
running!
not you
Fucking
guys.
trying to
Not you
run.
guys. I'm talking to people.
Bro, I just took a screenshot. There's actually 30 people in our ass right now.
Dude, why
He's
is there
actually
so
got a
many?
W
Dude,
screenshot.
holy shit. Why is there 20 people on me?
Yo, what the
Bro,
fuck? I
Why
found a
are they
fucking
so
phone.
obsessed with you, bro?
I don't know.
know, like you're a YouTuber and all.
No,
but,
that's
like,
actually
come
too many
on, bro.
players. There's
Wait, that's
fucking
actually a lot of players.
Okay, what do we do?
Dude.
Wait, we can
Wait,
fight
okay.
them.
To me.
No. Correct. What's happening is that the other team is chasing them, but they're chasing us, making like them all chase us.
I'm going bottom right.
Wait. We go look. You gotta clean this right now. You go back.
Green lava. Oh my god, yeah.
So do you have one iron?
No, do you have one? Do you have
Yo, do you have one arrow?
any one crafting table? One crafting table. Quick. Jibbity
I need an iron.
I got
What
0,
about
brother. All right, we gotta go now. Let's go.
What about you, fat cheeks?
Yo. All
Oh,
right.
I have one iron.
Come on. Get here. We gotta kill the guy with the loot staff. Gotta kill him.
We don't.
Bad player.
I see them.
Hey, Andres.
Actually, I see one person. Yo, this guy's a straggler, by the way. He left behind from the team.
Eat him out.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Yo. I'm your team. We're teammates. We're teammates.
Bro.
We're your teammates. Just turn around and give us a gap. Yo, bro, I actually did a
Bro,
360 on you, AJ.
he's unaware. He's actually unaware.
Oh, AJ, he got you.
That's
not
Pablo.
But that was AJ, yeah. Yo! Andre, are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit, I just clubbed
Nah,
1,000
bro.
blocks down. No fucking way you just did that.
He's on
Andre.
8. W
Bro just
fire.
bombed himself. Nice.
Got him.
Yes!
W
Nah, what
gambler.
fucking sabotage was that shit?
Yo, AJ.
Oh, he had the archer's bow. What's the archer's bow?
It's nothing. It's nothing really good. Wait, what's that one thing you do when you gamble? Wait, it's literally called gambling. Wait, you have redstone? Wait, AJ, what do you do again? You put all your money on what color and then you just win? Pass redstone. Pass redstone.
I just put all my life savings on everything, bro. Like,
True.
I just gamble because you always win 10x.
Facts. That's what I'm saying. Like right now, I'm about to gamble this head
If
right
you,
now.
ever if you ever try to quit gambling, just remember why you started.
Facts. Wait, there's a whole team right there, by the way, behind you guys.
Wait, I'm not gonna
It's
run
out there.
away.
Come on.
They don't scare
Wait, that's
me.
literally. Wait a second. This is literally a team. You know.
They don't scare
You know?
me.
Here, I have 16 gold.
You guys have leather or no?
I have 0 leather. Me.
I have leather. I have
My
leather.
lights if
I
you
have
guys
leather.
have gold.
I have leather and
gold.
I don't have leather. I don't have gold. I have gold, but I don't have leather. Yo,
You're welcome.
do you like little Uzi Vert? Do. You know, you get me? You guys from above? Wait, what? Thank you. While watching you guys from above, thank you. Please.
Wait, he's
Which are-
dead?
Yeah, our teammate died. That Raven person died. Dead.
No
GG's.
way.
It's fine. We can respawn them.
How's he typing in Twitch chat then?
Okay, he died in Minecraft, AJ.
Oh shit.
Oh, here. Wait. They're literally this way. Oh my god.
Oh,
They definitely left the game. I have to
Yeah.
revive them.
top right, top right.
Yeah.
Shh.
You got him. He's not a VC. You're fine.
He
He's on 20.
Oh,
I'm dead. You need help.
Nice, good shit.
You just dropped him. Oh my god.
Yeah, I did.
What the fuck do they have?
But I can make a sharp 3.
did you get arrows? Did you get arrows?
No, but I have 30 gold. 30 gold. 30 gold. 30 gold.
One apple?
0 apples. 0 apples. We gotta
I have
push
more redstone.
them.
I have more redstone. If you
Oh,
wanna
here, the guy
gamble.
with the list over here. We actually gotta kill this guy. Or should we lose? Dead ass.
Yo, I have to knock back 3 tropical fish. Hello?
Yeah, good. Oh, they're running away. I think this is. Oh, they're all just chasing one guy. Oh my god! Get here, guys! Get here.
I'm coming.
There's 4 guys chasing one guy.
Watch out for this.
We could kill these stragglers.
Yeah, I know. We gotta kill the guy with the lit stuff though. That guy's just winnable. Look at this.
He's about to die.
Okay, the guy that has the lit stuff is Where's the Ops? That's his name.
He's flaunting
This
it.
is
Like
just
it's fucking-
harassment now,
I
guys.
know.
It's not very nice.
Hey, what do you mean
Complaining that's
harassment?
You're harassing me.
How? What?
Yeah.
I put
Hey,
the
Hey,
above
no, hey,
on the
don't do
bottom.
that. It is worth it. We want your staff.
It's
Yo,
not.
your teammates are not listening to you.
None of them have
Yo,
gold.
are you serious right now, bro? Yo, all right. we're-
What in the bizarre SMP was that, bro? Come on.
AJ, if you kill him, I'll give you $5.
Teammates.
Oh, bet.
I'm gonna die, man.
He's
I'll sub to your
dead, guys.
TikTok.
Pencil. Take your pencil.
How much HP is he at?
Team, bro.
Where the ops is on? 21.
There's only 2 people with mics. Like one.
They don't hear you, bro.
No way.
17,
Ouch.
17, 17, 17.
My cheeks.
Shit, my dick.
Oh, we just chase him here. Chase him in the ice. Yep.
I'm about to give him lice.
What?
Can we have ops on us, Qndres?
No, just follow this guy. Just literally. Oh, I see that.
You're actually me munching, bro.
Yo, just give up your life, bro.
Wait, AJ, ready? Turn on this guy. Run. 2.
You guys fucking suck.
I'm chasing him still.
Okay, keep chasing him. You have to kill him though. All right, just we low key
He just
turn back
missed
from.
everything.
You gotta kill him, AJ.
Okay. Bro, go away if you drop your staff. All right, then drop it. Drop it.
Qndres, you see the guy behind us?
Yeah, I'll get him.
No, drop it. Drop it. Drop it. You don't trust life.
What is bro doing?
I'm sketchy.
Bro's drowning. That's fine.
Got him.
Nice.
AJ, you good, AJ?
This guy's just spamming the staff.
Yeah, he's just gonna do that.
Fine, bruh. They call me David Goggins.
Wait, AJ, hurry, pick up the stuff up, Pablo.
Yo, you wanna grab?
Got the here. Do you have? Ground table. Yeah. AJ, be
Do you
careful,
have
by
any
the way.
apples? You have apples? You have apples?
Yeah, I'm tossing you right now. Hold on.
We're not gonna kill you.
All right, we can go for this guy here.
You can
Give
never
an apple,
stop
give an apple,
me.
give an apple, apple,
Hey.
apple.
Hey,
I will chase you
chill,
forever,
right?
kid.
Yeah, I'm down too.
That's actually bannable on the HOPLITE network.
Oh wait, really? Is that?
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh shoot.
What you should do
Yeah,
is
sure.
wait. We gotta go to AJ.
Look at this candy. Okay.
I lost the lich guy. I'm gonna kill someone with the golden chest plate. I'm just gonna kill everyone.
Eat this candy now.
Yeah, just kill everyone. Why Bubble in
Dead.
drop? What?
They have weakness too right now. Maybe not right now.
Wait, nice.
Maybe not
Wait,
right
you
now,
killed him,
maybe
AJ?
No. I'm dead.
Bubble, where you at?
Qndres, I have weakness too. Maybe
Alright,
not
so
right
it's
now.
fine.
Maybe don't fight.
13
Maybe don't
o'clock.
fight. Maybe don't fight.
We're like neutral, right?
12 o'clock.
We gotta
Michael
go.
Burn.
Wait, how are you behind us, AJ? Wait, AJ went this way. How did AJ get this way? What the hell? Gambled ahead?
I'm
Wait,
chasing
chat, so I
someone
gambled
completely
ahead?
else. I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't chase the lich guy because he just kept on spamming the
Yeah,
thing.
it's fine. We just gotta chase him at deathmatch. Hold on, I'm gambling real quick. I'm an addict. Plug walk. Give me a sharp 4 fire.
Wait, do you have
Got a power 4
Intel
book.
on you?
Nope.
I'm gonna make one real quick.
You have 3 string?
Dead.
No.
Good shit, DJ. You don't have 3 string? Or cobwebs?
No. No.
Okay. Hey, do you have 3 string, AJ?
Yeah.
Pick the envelope, by the way. I'm gonna need it in a bit.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Plug
You're
one.
The plug work.
plug woke.
Everybody know how my plug talk.
R4 ain't bad, I know. So my room.
Ah!
Oh my God, AJ.
You sneaky little guy. Yo, relax. I got my whole ops coming at you, buddy.
Wait, AJ,
You better
come
back
this way.
up.
Run this
Yeah,
way.
yeah,
Keep
I
running.
know, I know.
All right, we kill him now. Run left.
Oh no, there's people now.
Oh no! Uh-oh,
Nah.
Stinky.
Yo,
I'm
spread it.
over here.
And I'm alone.
Yo, AJ.
How do you use this knockback 3 fish?
Now, why you running now, cuz?
Why do you think I'm running? There's four of you. There's four in one of me. Ah!
Come here. Wait, 1v1, 1v1.
Nah,
Yeah.
you really want to kill me so bad, buddy.
I mean, I didn't full on rush,
Come
you know.
here.
Oh, there's more people.
Yeah. Wait, AJ,
Wait.
Wait, you have 3 string, AJ?
Yes, take it.
Pass me 3 string. I just need a crime table.
Okay.
Still here.
Yo. GG.
Can you put the ammo down, Baldo?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we gotta kill those people right there. Take all we need.
Yo, does anyone have arrow?
Has a cooldown.
4 shots
No.
with that.
Yeah.
Ops,
It's
no,
not that.
other side,
That's
other
a-
side
that's
of
a
river.
crime.
Get to the other side, Ops.
All right, we gotta push this. Guys ready?
Go,
Sure,
Aaron.
don't worry.
Ops,
No, they
on
have
the
a
truck,
flip
on the truck.
stuff.
On
Yeah.
this
I don't know
ice.
about this.
We kill him though.
You guys watching your stream?
Oh my god.
Go.
Who kills
Yeah,
who?
sounds good.
I'm in here. I might die here, guys. I might die here, boys.
Oh, you're
Here,
dead, man.
Andre,
You're
you get out
dead.
there.
Oh yeah, they don't know they have strength too. I mean, what?
Huh?
You guys watching your stream?
Test.
He's getting out. He's getting out.
I'm with you, Bible.
This guy's low.
Back. No, he killed
Uh-oh.
Clutch.
Fucking
Oh.
blocks.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Do not
What's his
appreciate
name?
this.
He's on 16.
16.
On me.
Black
Oh
person.
god, okay, he's dead.
Okay, teammate just killed him.
I
Nice.
can also run forever.
Bye. No thank you. No thank you. No thanks. No thanks.
Ooh, if I could have hit them in there.
Really don't appreciate you chasing me right here. This is not very nice.
I got you.
What the
Your
fuck are we
teammates-
supposed to do?
Your teammates are following, by the way. All right.
Go away.
What?
If I can like cut him off and like knock back
I'm a
fish
good
into you.
runner.
What?
Are you now?
They actually called me a track star.
Dude, if I
She
could
didn't
knock
know.
back fish
What'd you
right
say?
into you, he's so sexy.
Wait, bubble here.
Yeah. No, don't listen to him. There's
What?
no one here.
What'd you say about my mama?
Where?
He's capping so hard. He's capping so hard.
Oh, how'd you do that?
Go away.
Get on ice. Get on ice. Get on ice. Get on ice. Get on with ice.
He was not.
Chase him down.
Leave me alone.
Nice,
No,
Joe,
don't
nice
get
one.
on the ice.
Chase him on the ice. Yep.
He's so
Bubble.
defeated.
Bubble, I think you guys are like actually can run back to this guy.
No.
All right.
Dude, why are you
Clap
running,
this
bro? Just die. You guys lost.
For real.
I killed 2 of your teammates
No,
solo,
we're
bro. You
back
guys
to
are
care about
terrible.
us.
No, W teammate, bro. Keep cooking him, Asu.
What?
Cook him, bro. Cook him, bro. Cook him.
I gotta
Just
win,
turn
man.
around and die, dude.
That's right. Cook him. Cook him. Keep cooking him. Keep cooking
I'll
him.
try to come off.
You're chasing me, man. I didn't appreciate this.
Well, yeah, we're chasing you for a good reason, though.
Oh,
Thank
we can
you.
cut him off, Bible, but we can cut off Andres as the victim.
Wait, we need to kill
Go
this guy.
away.
No,
I
cut
like
off
to
Andres.
starve, man.
This
We can
Come
cut him
on.
off. We can
Wait,
cut him
good
off
item.
so
I'm gonna kill,
badly.
I'm gonna kill this guy and come. He's
This is a
he's pretty
fun
much
item.
okay,
I
okay.
like it.
He's going the way we just went for this guy.
Oh no.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Wait, cut left.
We're
Perfect.
catching up.
Uh-oh. We're catching up, sir. Wait, turn back real quick. Uh-oh, you're kind of frozen yourself here. Yes, guys. Yes, guys. Yes.
I never get frozen. I'm too good.
Sharp 2 diamond. Make it sharp 3.
Is it too late now to say sorry?
It's 14.
Go away.
Yes, he's back.
This isn't you. This isn't you, Qndres.
It is me. Come
I
here.
literally just boosted my teammate into you, bro.
Please.
Anything I need? Just some candy,
Please.
stuff like that.
Is he 11? Can someone bow him?
Please. Please.
4. He's on 7.
Oh no, full damage.
Come back
I
here.
don't like that. I don't like that. He's not very
He's
nice.
on 1.
guys.
He's on 1. He's on
Go
1.
away. Step back. Step away from the shrine, buddy. Step away.
Do you have an arrow?
Nice.
Yes.
Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up.
I got it.
Nice. Back up.
Hey, do you think life is Roblox, Andres?
16.
AJ, Bobble, we need help. Run it, run it.
Andres, please
Okay, I'm
tell
coming.
me, do you
I have
think
a
life is
jihad. I got a sharp 2 diamond.
Shut up. Shut up.
What?
That's right. Shoot him with that, AJ. Good shit. It
Wait, it has zero
Asu.
durability.
Wait, it's these kids.
It has 0 durability. Is that bad?
Here, pass me that. If you don't,
Oh,
do you know how
more
to use it?
kids.
Wait, no, I just want to try it out. Yeah.
But AJ, yo, Bobble, where you at?
I don't
Wait,
have a
does
compass.
this
Where are
ever
you?
break? Does this ever break?
No, it
Or
does
is
not
that
break. It's
zero
just, no,
durability?
just
But I
always
don't
use
have a
it.
compass. Where are you? Where are you? I don't have a compass.
Bro, we're at 145.0.
Okay.
Well, we're just run to Bobble here. Run to Bobble. Run to
Oh,
Bobble.
this is so much fun.
We gotta
Shit,
go.
oh my God. I'm glad I stayed
We
on
gotta
fire.
cut left. We gotta cut left.
Okay.
It's a little difficult.
Wait, can you bowl this? Can you bowl this test pick guy? Okay, I won't. Bobble, I need you here, Bobble. We need you here, you RPC.
My sword, full iron armor in front of us.
I don't
Aaron,
know
you
where
make a
you are.
jihad or no?
Yeah, but it's not worth it.
Like,
No, I can't.
where you
Made all
now?
mine already.
Where you now? Where are you now? Where are you now?
You're wait. AJ, come here, AJ. We gotta go to Bobble. We're gonna lose if we don't go to Bobble.
Make a jihad?
Okay.
I see him.
Where?
I see him. Left, Bobble. Left. You see my highlighter now?
Okay. Yeah, I have a jihad. Tell me when to use it.
I have 2 G heads, so we're good.
Okay.
Bigger hair, bigger hair, bigger hair, bigger hair.
I gotta sharp 2 diamonds.
Here, AJ, over here, right here.
No.
Oh, this guy, AJ.
Holy fuck, there's so many people there.
Alright.
Oh, you're behind you, behind you.
Life is Roblox.
Shoot that. Wait, this guy's low. Wait, 33 that guy?
They have a puffer with
Did I get that
skins too, bro.
Oh my god!
Oh, what the fuck did we just enter?
Ow, 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 ow.
This guy's a one. He bow. The guy in chase screen now. Let him 1 HP. Got him. Oh fuck, that's not you guys. I'm still on. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I can probably drop this guy if you guys. Oh, I'm not with y'all.
Do you have arrows?
I split.
I got you, Qndres. I don't. My lunch stuff was not.
Wait, I just locked the guy inside there.
The fuck?
It's so annoying.
Oh, fucking god.
Oh, a bow, dude.
Sorry guys, don't have to follow me. I'm just shooting.
Wait, I'm cutting this guy off. I'm cutting off. Cutting off. Come. I'm cutting him
Yeah,
off.
cut me off. Yeah, cut me off. Cut me off.
Chatting armor. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I got entire armor. Guys, help. Oh
Yeah,
my god.
well, we
Hey,
kind of
remember
fucking
when I
threw
killed
that.
you last game, you fucking dumbass e-girl?
Yo, what
Bro,
the
what
fuck?
the fuck?
All right,
My bad,
teammate.
Yeah, right. That was a little rude.
All right,
Nothing.
teammate. Just all right. You have Flint? Anyone?
Nope.
Anyone have Flint? No. Arrows?
No.
Any arrows? I have a
Yeah, I do. I
Flint.
do. Here.
I have arrows.
Wait, I need arrows.
Drop
Yeah,
the ones you don't use.
Got what?
Okay.
What?
Drop the extra flint if you have any.
Does anyone got food?
Food, yeah, some food.
There's a team right here. We can look and kill these guys here.
Okay.
Come on. Oh, I have 0 healing, but whichever one's healing. Oh, it's a fucking full team.
I have
1G head.
1 head, 2 gaps, some
have-
candies.
I have 1 head and 1 emerald carrot.
I got resistance.
I'm out of arrows.
Okay, they have Artemis. Sure.
Bro,
Sick.
you have a gap. Well, you don't spam it, by the way.
Okay. Do you want it?
Yeah, sure, I'll take it.
Fuck Christ.
Toss it.
Dropping it in 3, 2, 1.
I see it. Got it. Just run. We gotta just run toward deathmatch. We can't. I only have 1 G head, by the way, but I mean, it's fine.
You guys have any blocks? I literally have no blocks.
No, I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
why isn't my lich staff working?
Here, dropping blocks in 3, 2, 1.
I'm looking really low on blocks too.
Thank you.
Cross the water here. Yeah, we're good.
Do you guys
Cross
have
the
an
water.
enchant table?
No.
I still only have
yeah,
a sharp
yeah,
1 diamond
I think I
sword.
have 1.
I have a sharp 1 diamond. Oh, actually, never mind. I threw it out.
Ow! Who just died? Oh, that's lightning.
Yeah.
Okay, running for 2 minutes. Average battling manhunt.
Yeah, I'm on 12.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
This is why I never talk in game. Yeah, people are. Yo, AC, you gotta apologize, bro. You can't be saying that, AC. I need you to say sorry about that. Please, AC.
I apologize to all the women.
Thank you.
Oh shit, red border.
Yeah, bro, just apologize to all the women. Did you hear that?
Blink left, blink left.
Dude, I need. Damn. I actually need gold. I have nothing. I have 11 gold. Anyone have apples?
I have apples
I
and I
can
have
still
a
make
head.
a light if we get apples.
Okay, wait. Bobble has apples, or pass me apples, Alva. Yeah, when in craft table too. You make your. Here, just pass me like 1 apple. I can make a gap.
Drop me 4 gold. Drop me 4 gold.
I don't have 4 gold. Here, just
I have
take
4
them.
apples.
You don't have 1 gold? Literally just 1 gold? Anyone?
Yeah, Andres.
I have
Just
gold.
need it.
I dropped the gold nugget. Oh, he dropped you one. He dropped you one.
Love you, teammate. AJ, how much gold do you have, AJ?
2.
Okay. Well, we're kind of just down on that.
Does anyone
Alright.
else have gold? I have 15 apples.
Basically, we
Maybe
gotta
we
just
should get
kill the light green team. That's about it. Actually,
I
no,
have
there's only. You
heals.
have no heals?
Well, I have 2 heads, but I need
Oh,
like
yeah.
apples.
I have apples for you.
I need gold.
Oh, I have 1 golden apple, 1 G head. That's it.
Yeah,
It's fine,
the
just-
same thing.
Just I think we could just go mid here, maybe.
I have an enchantment table. Do I need a place? Do you guys need it?
No, too late.
I
8
have an
seconds. Anyways.
enchantment table.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
All right. So what's the game?
It is
I don't
yo-yos.
think I have
What are
blood
we
We just
doing
go.
here?
anymore.
We just go mid. We just go mid,
Oh,
hopefully,
shit.
and just get golden apple. Ooh, I mean, what? We're not going anywhere. We're just gonna kill everyone here because we have sharp 5 and strength 2. Okay, we're good. Yeah, see that there's 2 teams to the left. I'm just gonna rush every house. Just stick with each other. Stick with me. Stick with me. Stick with me. Stick with me. Yeah, go push.
Oh my god.
Get that chest. Yeah, get the mid chest too.
Got a golden apple.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are
Holy
team,
fuck.
I got 4
Go
diamonds
this way.
and 1 apple.
We separated. Nice, going to the raid.
I just got 2 gaps. Gee.
We're all together still? Nice, we're all together.
Fuck.
Okay. We just gotta let them fight.
I have 1 gap, 1 G head left.
I killed someone.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, okay. did
Anyone
I
have any
kill?
extra arrows? I have 0 arrows.
No, hold on, this guy's lagging right here.
Thank you.
How many arrows did you just get?
Yo, what the hell just happened? Chat, y'all saw that? I didn't.
There is a mid chest.
What's Pufferfish cannon? Right there. Someone take the Pufferfish cannon. Someone, anyone. We gotta go back to that. We gotta to that, by the way.
I just offhand it.
No, don't offend it.
Wait, what does TNT do?
Nothing, just... There. This guy 14. Just push up.
Him once,
He's on 11.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Holy shit, AJ! You're the bow god! Alright, we gotta kill this public one.
Yeah. His bow does a lot, so.
It's fine. Oh, yo! Yo, it's a crazy at the bow. What?
Wait, how did he? I think
This
he
bow
walked
has
into my.
power 4
What the
and
fuck,
flame.
Andres? He just walked into my pufferfish and died. That's what
Wait.
happened.
What?
He just died to my
Wait,
pufferfish.
What
does
is
the lucky
happening?
rod do? What does the lucky rod do?
Nothing. Literally nothing.
These
They
are
just...
Friday,
Can you guys do
wait,
anything
is
with them?
No, but there's like literally like 3 people left. Oh, there's a full diamond. Wait, they all have good bows. Wait, I don't have apples.
Loki, I can make a
Have-
G head.
Anyone have apples?
I
Apples,
have
apples?
six.
I have 6.
Pass me apples, pass me apples, pass me apples.
Turn around.
Can you put this camera table? I'll take this power 4 teammate.
Here, can you give me some apples if you're gonna make some apples?
Yeah, I can make. Yeah.
I just gave you all my gold as well.
I have a G head, by the way.
Hey, just take this.
Keep it in mind.
Yes. AJ
All right.
Bruce.
Now there's a team of 3 that's probably getting kills, or they're probably. Yeah.
No, there's a team of 2, a team of 1, and a team of 1.
All right. We gotta go
This
for
guy has.
our only
insane
threats.
bow.
Wait, 6 there.
Get this guy on the right here. Get this guy on the right.
No.
Hey,
We
he's
gotta
at
get
4
this.
HP.
No bows.
Yeah, we gotta get these right
Dead.
here. Over here.
Don't you steer alone. Careful. I'm coming.
He's on 26.
Pufferfish when I can.
Full diamond guy and one of our teammates. Gonna shoot him.
Nice.
11. He's frozen. 10, 8, 5.
Behind you
Good
guys,
shit.
Artemis Bell. Behind you guys, Artemis Bell.
This guy's
Full
full
diamond?
diamond, so he's pretty stacked here.
Yeah, he's pretty stacked. I have lift
Tell
step
me
in
one G head. Just
10.
tell me one. Just tell me one.
So I'll get to him. I'll lift step like in 2 seconds. 3, 2.
Fuck, I missed.
All right.
Shit. Just careful.
Can you put first cannon?
No, dude, don't chase him. Don't chase him. Let's help our teammates.
Yeah. Good shit. It's literally, if we just kill this last guy full diamond guy, we win, by the way.
Yeah, this other guy's like doing nothing.
He's frozen. He's about to take damage. There we go. 40, 36.
Hit him with the bow.
No, nice shot. Oh my god. Yo, Boblu, you're cheating.
Hit him. Hit him. 7. Hit him. Hit him.
Keep him out of the
Hit
border.
him.
Yeah, keep him out.
Hit him. Hit him.
Nice, good shit.
Jesus Christ, that's insane.
How much gobbles do you have? Not too much. All right, just kill this last game, we win. Holy shit, teammates. Yo, since when did I have a freaking Archer teammate?
I'm G hitting, I don't care.
Yeah, it's fine. Just bro's on 18. Holy shit, chat.
Go!
I got the kill, let's go. Yo, GG's. Yo, lift step is actually crazy. All you gotta do is get soak touch.
That's hype as
All right,
fuck.
GG's.
That's
That was
cool.
GG's. What's up,
Love you.
Breaker?
Yep, sorry to all the e-girls once again.
Okay, don't, yo, they're just girls, bro. This guy. All right. Bro, this guy, bro. 6 out of 11 or not? I'll be playing it again, right, AJ?
Yeah, I can play another one.
This skin is fucking OP. What the fuck? You see that combo I got on that guy? That was crazy. He could not.
That was
touch
nuts,
me.
bro.
Bro, after we killed that guy, he dropped a power 4 flame bow, and I was just
I saw that.
Alright, well, same time to aim bot.
Yeah, and you were like locked in too, buddy.
How you doing?
Yo, Andre, check you in.
I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Uh,
You gonna PvP, mister?
Wait, am I in the party?
Huh?
yeah, you are. Are you in the this game?
Thank you, thank
Oh,
you.
I'm on the game.
Yo,
Gotcha.
shaders.
I was low-key. I'm not gonna lie, I was low-key
That's
shitting on those
actually
kids, bro. Good win though. Good win. Good win.
Dude, my shaders are awesome, bro. Like, look
DMs, AJ, DMs. Yeah, I gotta go pee one sec. We're back.
Oh, you guys wanna form a party?
Fiend! Fiend! Alright, be right back. Chat, everyone, count to like 30. AJ, be right back. Bobby will be back.
Bablu.
AJ the Bold! AJ, do you hear these kids?
No, wait, what are they saying?
It's like, raise your hand if you like boys. It's like hella zesty. So funny. AJ, where are you?
Oh, I was watching Tom's Real. I'm coming.
What?
Fast and hard.
Show me.
Yo, what am I hearing?
Drop down.
Alright, yeah. 6 out of 11? I bet. Thanks, Gab. I'm back, I'm back.
Where are you, Babs?
I'm running, I'm a big man.
Yo, 5 more wins for tonight, boys. 5 more wins. Yo, but thanks again for asking for the right. Appreciate it. How was your stream? What's up, Mish? Who's in chat, by the way? Who's in chat? What? Yeah, who's gonna give like $1 million right now?
These guys are my meat.
Good thing you love meat.
I love you though.
Show the meat.
What the fuck?
All right, let me play some actual good tunes for tonight. It's good. Oh no! Can you guys slash on Nick, please? You can be a YouTuber team.
No.
I can't
Alright.
nick unless I'm in the lobby.
I'm not trying to get clipped, bro. Oh.
What do you mean, bro?
I'm gonna get clipped on HOPLITE.
You're not gonna get clipped on HOPLITE, bro.
I am.
Wait, I can't unmute unless I'm in the lobby, it says.
Breaker _01 has gifted a sub to Here Right Collective.
Yeah! No, but look at Andrew's chat.
Yo. Jesus fucking Christ.
Breaker_01 has gifted a sub to Sponge0x.
Looks like you're staying up, buddy.
Chat.
Breaker_01 has gifted a sub to Carpi_.
Fiend. I was our fiend.
You're a fucking NPC.
I'm a fiend.
Breaker_01 has gifted a sub to Ixwicked.
Okay, so 15 wins.
No, it's 16 wins.
Where is
You're adding
Andre's
4
fat
more.
cheek?
Oh, it's 4
What
more.
do you
My
nick
fault.
that?
Breaker_01 has gifted
Oh, no,
a
I
sub
meant
to
5 more, 5 more.
Subscribe.
No, it's 4 more. It's 4 more.
16.
No, because 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
No.
Dude, I took 7th grade math, bro. Okay.
Breaker_01
Yeah, I already know.
has gifted a sub to Pretty Mavis.
Yo, so remember, wait, okay, what do I say to this, by the way?
Thank you.
Hold on, I gotta.
Breaker_01 has gifted a sub to Gustav's MC.
Actually, I'll take it later. I'll take it as off stream. It's a W. Breaker, I love you. Thank you so much for the 20 more gifted. I appreciate you so freaking much, bro. You're a W. Oh my fucking god, bro. Holy shit. Yeah, this might be a 24-hour stream, I'm not gonna lie.
Breaker_01 has gifted a sub to Cams 1232.
Are you guys ready for this win? This battle royale win?
I'm not gonna lie, you know I had Prot 1 endgame.
Did you actually?
Breaker_01 has gifted a sub to
Jesus.
5.
I had Prot 1 iron like the
Where
entire
are we
game.
dropping? Where are we
Just drop. I'm going another. I'm gonna go rush this. Oh, temple 2. Wait, just one temple.
Breaker_01 has gifted a sub to
Yeah, just
Cosmic
mine
V.
down.
I see I got the eyes on the prize, okay.
Alright, so whoever gets the prize wins first.
Straight
I'm not going to
down.
this temple, screw that. Get it.
I'm going straight down. Fuck.
Breaker_01 has gifted a sub
Yo.
to Shifty_.
My fucking tree.
Yo, you big body head beach.
Yeah, dumbass. I got the already.
No way!
Yeah, fuck you. Drop on top of the tree. That could have been you.
Breaker_01 has gifted a sub to
Thank you,
Brogan.
Breaker. I got a not chapel. I am not making Midas though.
Why? Because Midas would suck ass.
Yep.
Because you're dog shit.
Fuck you.
Breaker_01 has gifted a sub to Gay0G.
You gifted one to Gay. Nice. W Gay. Yo.
Gay, A, got bars every day, booking nice.
Yeah,
day.
AJ. His name is AJ. Just kidding.
You know the way. Qndres, you know he the best.
Yeah?
You know in his bedroom I make a mess. Wait.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Brother. That's for off stream, buddy.
Breaker_01 has gifted a sub to Pig Grimmy.
Wait.
Ooh.
Okay, we're just cookie now?
What?
Wait, chat, give AJ some words to rap, chat.
Yeah,
You know-
I'm actually a professional rapper, so
Like,
If you
chat,
guys
like,
give me
seriously,
some
like, this,
words.
yeah.
Breaker_01 has gifted a
some
sub
words.
to Crewmelius.
7. E. Yeah,
you
E.
to she.
E.
You know Qndres, he's scared, he flee.
Yeah.
Flee. Kinda scared of bees.
Breaker_01
Bees? Wait, actually,
kinda
yeah.
got
a sub
weak
to
knees.
Chronic
I do have
Odyssey.
weak knees. I don't hit leg day.
Win. Yo, I'ma finna win. Put Qndres in the bin.
Okay.
All I'm fighting in these mines are tin.
Breaker_01
Yeah?
has gifted a sub
I
to
got kids,
Simpy
I got kin.
Swiftness.
Wait.
Ooh.
Wait a second. You say you got kids? Wait, that's not true. AJ?
You know, bro.
Just make it
No,
alert.
I'd be doing
Well, how do I do that? I
has
can do that?
gifted a sub to Pumpkin_RLC.
I'm a bad streamer. How do you make it?
Qndres got a fat peen.
Wait,
You know, be
Yo.
drinking on that lean.
I don't drink lean.
You know, he's a big old fiend.
Yo, Fiend! They call me Minute Tech because I'm a Benjamin.
Mid-tech.
I don't
Just
know.
stop, dude.
Mid-tech.
Stop.
You always
Minute
get
tech.
drunk, he a wreck.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, chat can give me more words if they want.
I bet. Chat. W words. His name is AJ. More like Jose. Wait.
Jose. Okay.
Okay.
Bro's kinda
Okay.
Okay. Bob is farting again. Oh, what's with you and farting, bro?
I was listening crazy.
Okay. What the punishment if you end early? Nothing. I'm not ending early, bro. Fashion.
Punishment is 6 years.
Wait, what if you actually don't able to get like all the weeds?
What?
What happens if you don't get all the weeds?
Bro, what are you talking about?
What if you don't get all the weeds?
What if I don't get all the weens? What the fuck are you on about?
Yeah, what happens if you don't get all the wins?
Oh, wins. It's like, what the fuck is... What is blood waffling about?
Sorry.
I don't know. Oh, you're fine, AJ.
Yeah,
AJ, you're fine.
You have to get all the wins, or else you have to keep on streaming forever?
Yep.
Okay, so what if you don't get the wins?
Well, I am gonna get the weens. Someone's already in fucking Bastion, bro. Oh my god.
Dude, why are you so stupid?
I couldn't get to it because I literally spawned in a freaking 5x5 platform with no blocks. Hey, you should be fucking sorry. You know who you're talking to? Talking to the best never rest, Qndres. I was about to say my whole name for some reason. Oh, someone has lodestone. That means fuck.
I'm talking to the 7 mil a year Qndres.
7 mil, chat. I make 7 mil a year, chat. Y'all know that? Who wants a mil? Put a one check on a mil. Dude, unless I get like 100 wins, yeah, I'm definitely not gonna end stream. I mean, like, you know.
I know a guy.
What's his name? Bablu?
No.
Oh, we've been making 30 mil a year, you know that?
Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm actually super famous for just getting the worst caves ever, dog.
Wait, you're
okay,
famous?
I'm X-raying, I don't care.
Wait. Alright. Just admitted to X-raying on stream. Let's fucking go.
Oh, I just got banned.
Oh, I think I just farted.
You disgust me sometimes.
I do. You disgust me sometimes.
In a cute way, though.
But yeah, I was
got
gonna say.
A paragraph of a message in your chat.
I know. I need to read that. Yeah, what if I don't read that actually?
How messed up that is? That's a fan of yours who watches you every day.
I wouldn't say fan. I call them viewers. Okay.
Fan
Chat. Do I got fans or viewers? Definitely fans. I mean, definitely viewers, right?
Don't answer this one question. Badly, you wanna have a challenge?
Oh.
Sure.
Whoever can slam their head in the desk
okay.
harder wins.
Okay, you go first.
Okay.
Okay, AJ. Okay, well, I think bro just broke his head.
Your turn, Babylon.
My turn. Ah, shit, you win, GG.
Okay, my turn.
Wait. You already won, though. Oh my god. Yo. Oh, what? Okay.
Forfeit.
Wait, do it again, AJ. I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Oh, yo. Bro's getting glass. Yo, AJ.
Taking a shot before he does it.
Oh, yo. Bro definitely broke something.
Dude. Are you
AJ, what the fuck was that? Why did you just drop all your freaking utensils? Bro yeah. Bro went to the kitchen and just dropped all the utensils, bro.
I win.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, yeah, he won a long ass time ago. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck? You okay,
You
AJ?
got some arrows?
Nah. Why are you asking for arrows? I think you should be asking for like a band-aid, no?
Nah.
Oh, nah, for sure.
I have a really strong head. Like, it's got, like, protection.
Wait, you got what? What'd you say
A
that?
really strong head.
Oh.
Like, my head game's insane.
You got efficiency 4 on a book. What the hell? What are you?
You got efficiency 4 on your bow? Is that what I heard?
On a book.
Wait, Bob, honestly, clear comms, bro. Like, actually, you're trying to throw me right now.
What the fuck are you saying?
I'm saying... I'm down on some...
Yes!
Okay, AJ, you okay? What's happening? Dude, I feel like half the time AJ yells, it's literally nothing. What's wrong this time, AJ? Aw, W.
Markiplier.
I just fell down.
Oh, no.
Bro, do you remember the terrible current events that happened the other day?
With
death and
Meditech?
everything?
Oh.
No, what the hell?
GG.
With the spilling and everything? That was crazy.
Oh, you spilled the prime?
No, the trick I spilled all over my PC, then just half my edit going to waste.
Yo.
Oh.
It was yesterday. Was that? That was literally last night. What do you mean?
That's
That was last night. Yeah, I've been editing all day.
Are you actually?
Did you recover what you missed?
Yeah, to recover.
W. Wait, I'm telling you, you still don't want that Prime? Not Prime. You still don't want that Premiere Pro subscription I got?
Nah.
Okay.
Thanks, bro.
No problem, man. I'm here for you, man. I love you.
I love you. So your
Wanna-
address is 12.
Yo. I think everyone in management knows my address by now.
Yeah, it's almost like you say it to us.
It's
all
almost
the
like I
time.
say it all the time, yeah. It's almost like I just blur it out or just say it out loud.
Chat, we'll be talking about literally nothing to do with that address, and he's like, "So do you guys want to know my address?" And before we can say yes, he just says it.
Well, I know you guys, like, I met you guys in real life, so surely you guys don't do anything, right?
Bro, I
Yeah.
definitely sold that address like
Yo.
15 hackers.
Bro sold out on, like, the black market. It's crazy.
Quick 450.
Yo, I'm
Who
not
got
gonna lie.
diamonds?
That address, I actually lived, like, in the lane. Okay, I probably should just clear comms.
Who has diamonds? Who has diamonds? Who has diamonds? Who has diamonds?
Yep,
I have two.
I was gonna call him Yellow Wolf. AJ.
I have 2.
More.
Give him more. Give him more.
I'm not gonna lie, this shitty miner kit doesn't do anything.
What do you mean? It just a chance of multiplying diamonds. A chance, not always. A chance.
This chance is like 1%.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Give me the diamonds. Give me the diamonds. Yo, would you rather Minecraft Edition? Minecraft Mana, but would you rather? Wait, that kind of cooking, no?
Wait.
Bobble, wait, Bobble, your next mana can literally make Minecraft Mana, but it's truth or dare. Wait.
Wait.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait, let's take that back a little bit. What did I just say?
Wait, so I can do that idea? Sure.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I got that.
What do you mean?
Nah, you're chilling. Not saying that like I'm gonna do the idea, but like you should probably not do the idea because someone might take it in the future, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because the person that's gonna do it is gonna be like pretty funny, you know? Not saying that he's like recorded or anything yet, but like it might be a little funny when I'll stop talking.
Yeah.
AJ?
What you got?
Can you do a Freddy Fazbear laugh?
How do you do it?
Whore. Oh, I forgot. I don't know. I'm not Freddy Fazbear. Bro is not Freddy Fazbear. Bro's
That's
dying.
pretty bad,
Bro has ligma.
bro. Has bronchitis. You know,
You know,
one time I got bronchitis,
me too.
COVID, and the flu all in the same roll.
You roll?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually had bronchitis when I was a kid.
Dang.
I couldn't go trick or treating. It was actually during Halloween I got it. No troll. Like on everything. Like I got literally on everything. I had COVID during Christmas, during Halloween.
Okay, dude.
Like I dead ass. Like I actually had COVID.
Okay.
Okay, no one's
Fucking
telling
believe
you
you.
you had fucking bronchitis.
Okay.
The first time you said it, we fucking believed you.
But I'm being serious though. Like you guys aren't believing me.
Okay, dude.
Bro's
Yeah.
praying we believe him.
You're not gonna ask me how
I
to
was begging
recover?
us to ask more questions about it.
All right.
He
Thanks,
wants to
guys.
ask, he wants us to ask if he's okay.
I was also during Christmas. I was moved out. Damn. Okay. Chat. I can't speak English. Hold on. Chat. Who here has had COVID? I felt I was gonna die. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Thanks, AJ. Wait, I need a VIP, AJ. I VIP literally Lucky. I literally VIP Luigi Tone. I VIP Minitech. I just have not VIP'd you.
It's okay. I don't really care.
All right. All right, bros. I
No,
feel like you're crap
not,
this stream.
not like that. Like I don't mind. Like it's nothing.
All right, just say that you don't want to be my friend, then it's fuck. Might as well. All right, fuck you, Andres. Like, chat, am I a good friend? Wait, no one in chat's my friend. All right, be honest. Am I a good friend? AJ and Bablu, am I a good friend?
Yeah,
Come on.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, what the fuck you mean? Yeah, sure. Fucking yes or no? You said yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm saying yes. The fuck?
Yeah.
I'd say make it a no now. The fuck? Why are you being so mean?
Okay, fuck you then.
Happy birthday on the 29th.
Okay, but that's literally not my fault though. That's my Google Chrome, my calendar. Like what?
Why you button the
I
AI
didn't-
machines instead of?
All right, Bablu, when's AJ's birthday?
I'm the first, dude.
I thought I was going to be like fucking like next year.
October. Yeah.
I know your birthday, Andres.
When is it?
January 7th.
Yo, how do you know my birthday? I don't know yours. Yo,
Wait,
I'm just kidding.
January
February.
2nd?
Yours is February.
2nd?
February what?
19th.
Fuck you, dumbass.
20th.
Dude, are you fucking
Are you
kidding
fucking
me?
serious right now? Yo, Cheesy, thanks to follow. Hey Siri,
Wait,
when's
when's
Babu's
Andres'
birthday?
You'll need to unlock.
Okay. Yo. Dude, I'm actually happy, bro. Something happened right now, and I need
Wait,
help.
Babel, can I make a diamond sword?
Make enchantment table.
Dude, I'm too scared to do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I need to ask you guys for
What?
advice. I off stream.
Dawes feeling you?
Yeah.
I see
Bubbles a
you.
munch.
Should I go for the kill?
Probably not. You don't enchanted iron. You're probably enchanted iron. Not that I don't have faith in you, but I probably don't have faith in you.
Okay. I have the book and the obsidian. By the
But
way.
we don't have diamonds, do we?
We do.
Run in. Oh, we do? And then
We
GG's.
do have 2 diamonds, right?
Oh, budding. AJ? Slash vote offense again?
Oh, I'm gonna try to kill this guy.
AJ?
Oh, yeah, like a minute and 20 seconds, AJ.
I have 22 seconds.
No, that's King Election.
Yeah, I'll kill him.
Okay.
What do you want? What do you have?
Do you
to
have
know?
you have 2 diamonds?
Yes.
Quite I need them. Not gonna
Use them
lie.
for enchantment table.
What's up, Chessie?
Hey, you thought I was feeling you?
You see war in a minute. UP's not on.
Okay, I'm gonna hunt this guy down.
Minecraft mana, but it's a battle royale. Wait, have you done the Bubba?
I might be working on something.
Oh shit. Oh, vote, Bubba. Click on the iron sword, by the way.
Yeah, I voted for you.
No, but click on the iron sword though.
Why?
Because you're not. There we go. Because if you don't vote for it, then it's like your vote doesn't count for anything.
What do I have to run if I want to vote?
Wait, what?
Like, why do I have to run as a candidate?
No, you're not running for candidate. You're just like voting for like a what you're gonna choose, what path you're gonna choose.
Brother.
Oh.
Hey, so sister.
Yeah, no, I was singing that song too.
Andres is a meester.
Okay, I have 2
Yeah.
gaps, 3 caddies, and a bunch of webs.
I got 1 gap and 1 god apple.
Let me make power 2 real quick.
Alright. Oh, what you done? Oh, what you? Wait, crikey. Oh,
I have a few
crikey.
arrows. I also could do. Might as well just do a short sword sharp 2, right? Or should I just wait for diamond sword?
I mean, how many diamonds does AJ have?
2.
AJ might die. AJ's on 14.
Did you worry?
Really?
Someone?
Oh my god, dude. Holy
AJ above you?
shit.
Yo, imagine. Did I scare you?
Yo,
Yeah.
AJ just woke me up. I was getting tired and now I'm woken up.
Wait, AJ, give me the diamonds.
What diamonds?
Brian,
Fucking 2 diamonds you have.
Minecraft, but it's a dropper map?
Wait, did you get the head?
No.
I didn't get the head.
Oh,
It's
I
down there.
can probably get diamonds up here if no one's gotten them yet.
Where you got it? You must have got it.
Oh, Ravens are on a team again.
What?
Hello, Raven.
Oh.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You're on a team again. It's W.
Wait, did you actually not get the
I
head,
went
Babby?
the
Swear to
temple
God.
and
Swear to
Oh, you can have it if you have it.
You at where,
I
sorry?
swear on my life, I don't have it.
I went to the
Dang.
temple.
I have 5 more
Oh.
diamonds, by the way.
I need to get the
I
diamonds
looted
here.
one
What?
chest.
Okay.
Never mind.
I got 1.
Oh wait, we can make diamond swords. Wait. Hey, W.
How many diamonds do you have?
I have 31
I have
gold.
1 diamond.
Oh, okay. Our whole team is here, by the way. Everyone get up.
Wait, AJ, come here. Give me 8 gold.
Okay. You have apples? I mean apples? 1, 2, 3.
You have a sword, anyone?
Yeah.
You have diamond
Can
sword?
you give me 2 apples so I can make
Yeah,
simply
yeah, yeah.
apples?
Any spare diamonds, guys? Hey, but
I
Wait,
did.
wait. Wait, you need to give me 1 more gold.
I need 2 diamonds. Anyone?
I just made 4 apples.
Oh shit. Okay, that's fine.
I have 2. I have 5 diamonds. I'm gonna make a sword.
Wait, pass me 2
You make a
diamonds,
sword
AJ.
and
Here,
yeah,
here,
you can make
I
on
gave
sword.
you
Andres a
one.
sword too.
AJ, I see 1 more diamond.
I gave you 1. I gave you 1.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I have armor trims if someone wants to look snazzy.
Anyone
Pass me
looks snazzy?
sorry, I also need I need lapis, please.
I got 2 power. Oh shit.
I want to make my
Thank you.
pickaxe efficiency 4 real quick. I don't know what the
I
point
want to
of
make
that
my
would be, but,
sword stronger. Does anyone have any sharpness books?
We
No.
should all have one, right?
Yeah, we should all have one. Fuck.
I have 2 more diamonds. Should I just make a diamond sharp too?
Try to get books. I wouldn't waste them on another sword. Another.
Does anyone have any books? Does anyone have leather? Leather? I need leather.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, I have leather. I have leather. Yeah,
Does anyone have sugar cane?
God damn. All right, does anyone have healing? Yo, this thing's called greedy.
I said needy.
Oh, same thing.
Call me needy?
Or.
Oh my gosh. If someone places water one more time.
Yo. Star, hey Star, hello. Your 5 total wins. I took a nap and now you're 15. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of far. Hi, though. Hello.
Andres, do you want power 1 book?
No, but I will take
Does anyone have?
You know,
I
lapis.
have 2.
Okay, do you have, anyone have more lapis? Any more lapis? Like 4
Yeah,
more.
Wait, I guess,
Toss me. Toss Qndres some lapis.
Andres.
Does anyone have
Behind
feathers?
you, it's behind you, it's behind you, it's behind you, it's behind you.
Anyone have
I have one
feathers?
feather, I have 1 feather, I have 1 feather, I have 1
Thank
feather.
you.
But actually, I'm gonna use my 1 feather to make an arrow.
All right. All right. I have a god apple, by the way, but I'm not taking that for Midas.
Wait, I have a diamond sword for you that you can make.
Yeah, but Midas isn't like the Midas is literally dog poop, dog water. You got this, F18? Thank you. Bet.
Where's the enchantment table? Where's the enchantment table?
I yanked it because I know it's probably really gonna thought.
Oh, can you put it back for me?
Chat, I love y'all. I love my Minecraft chat. We want to.
Bro, why's the person cooking?
You have
food
any
in the
bones,
smoker?
bro? All right.
Andres, not all the chests are looted down there. I only was able to get like 1.
Oh, really? I mean, I looted all of them, I think. My dog just died. All right. All right, HA just got PTSD.
Bro, the dog just.
I was struck 3 diamonds.
Me too. My way to 0-0. Wait, where'd my dogs go? What the fuck?
They fell in the temple. I was trying to say that.
Look at
All of
that, there's a
them?
guy.
Oh, there's a guy right there. 2 people.
They're being
Tough.
chased.
1.
Wait, they're being chased. Hey, what's up, man? Okay, get the.
Let's make a truce. Let's make a truce, man.
Yo, whoa! Excuse me? You're doing what now? Everyone get on this top guy to the right, by the way. Stick on them, stick them, stick them, stick them, stick them, stick them, boys. Oh yeah, good bomb, good bomb.
Wait for me. I got little legs.
Fuck this stupid drip leaf.
Yeah. Someone needs to make a boat.
Fuck.
Where are you guys finding this thing at, though?
What? My dogs are back. They just okay. I'm just having fun. I guess I'll with us. Okay.
Whole wolf pack. Dang.
Yeah, I know. I'm good. Oh, I get blocks. But just stop chasing him.
He's so far.
Yeah,
He's
it's
so
fine. It's
far.
fine. Just get off him. Get off him. We gotta go for the team that's over here.
I'm coming.
Over here. That's a freaking piece. That's a piece of leaf. Never mind. Let's come this way. Come on, boys. Let's get this win. Let's get this victory royale.
Number 1 victory
Oh yeah, Fortnite. We're about to get down.
Get down 10 kills on the board right now. I just dropped tomato.
Tomato Town. Yo, KSK, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yo, my dogs are like, holy shit. Sup, yo, Sup? Sup, Broseph?
I swear I'll be getting.
Qndres, let me cook a twist. I say it. Say the twist. What is it? What's? Yeah, we are. Yeah. Nah, what I need to my.
Why don't you just do Minecraft Manhunt? But if you take damage, you'll take damage IRL.
Wait. Wait, you're actually cooking in real life right now.
And then
I
just
wanted
get
to
a
do
shot
that. I
caller.
wanted to do. Yeah, I wanted to do it with the shot caller.
Oh, behind.
Have you done a face reveal on Jess?
No.
Flying has. Fucking stupid.
Can you build this guy? On 29. Moto. Wait, what is that thing from?
I like him big.
Which one? This guy here. Left. Yes. Good shit. Keep it up. Five. Got him.
Nice.
Diamond sword. Sharp 2. Who needs it? Big team. Big team.
Drop the sword.
Here, take right there. One of fire aspect.
Yeah, right now.
Careful.
Yep, I'm good. Alright, now we get the guy in the back.
On you, Andres?
Yeah, we're good.
The whole lobby is here.
Back up. They're all fighting. Go here, yes, you said.
Ethan, what are you doing?
Oh, they're all after under Raven.
Can't hear you guys.
Well, recipes Raven.
What the hell?
Yo, Shelly, we don't fight this. You don't fight this, guys.
Go right.
I'll be honest with you, it's not worth it. There's a guy with the flame and fire. You guys are chasing the wrong people.
Go right.
Yo, Andres, bro.
Yeah, what's good, bro?
4 good reasons. 4, just 4.
Okay, number 1, number 2, and number 3.
Candy.
You kind of convinced me. I'm not
What's
gonna
up with
lie.
30 people teams?
Yo, what's with this like 30
Your
gazillion
teammates are
teams?
gonna die, though. Just let your teammate like straggling die.
Yo, you don't know about my teammate Age of the Bold. Age of the Bold.
But they were
Is
like
a-
hard chasing you guys. Oh my god. I'm lucky like I got like a leg.
Yeah, keep going straight. It's not worth it, but you know.
To kill John final fight last game with that ice thing, that wasn't nice.
I'm sorry, but he had to go. Or. Oh fuck, it's okay right there. All right, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna cut right.
They're right behind us. Wait, what if we just kill them?
True.
Wait, Seth, our team's not with us. Turn.
There's so many people.
Got him. Wait, so who's right now, huh?
Come here.
So boys, let's talk about it.
Right
I have a full
on.
health, so
Above you.
If you want the smoke, we
Hit him
can
once.
give it to you.
Hit him twice.
Yep,
Hit him 3 times.
Who's fat cheeks?
My fat cheeks. What you mean by that?
Wait, guys, behind you, solo, turn.
I'm like Tarzan. I'm in the.
You have 2 gold, guys?
There's 2 right here.
I
Wait,
know.
Andres, you want to try these 2 right here?
Get low.
I need 2 gold.
One behind me. I need help.
Go for Andres.
2 on me.
He's dying.
I need help.
I'm like.
Just run. I got webs. You run.
Kill the monkey.
Oh my god, stop.
Oh, there's 6.
losing.
No.
Run. Go. Get out. Hey, I need.
Keep going.
Fuck.
Yo, you're alone.
We gotta go right side. There's another team.
But yeah, we just run into each other. Like what? Come on, keep following us.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, this guy's alone. Go for the guy alone.
It's like literally not us. Wait, I need 2 gold. I can make a jihad. Don't have 2 gold? Inventory? We're good.
1 gold.
They start chasing.
1 gold.
Get 2 gold.
This guy's still chasing us alone.
Yeah, we just run this way. Run across the border.
Kill this
Run
guy.
over.
He's alone.
No, but. Yeah, what is my arrow? Like, what was that?
Do you
We
have
have.
more
It's
arrows?
just fucking annoying.
No.
Bro.
Yeah, I really need 2 gold, bro. I can make a jihad and we can just win this.
Yeah, I'll give you it if you die.
Wait, you're kind of by yourself right now. Uh-oh. Wait, you just ate my G head.
I have lots of healing.
Wait a second.
Whoa. Ow.
Run back.
Yeah.
14. This guy's at 14. Oh fuck.
32.
That full diamond guy was at 14.
Look what I have, by the way. I mean, we can get in a cave and just strength 2 on him. What? No. Wait, fuck, dude. Gold. Teammate, you have gold, teammate? Shid? No? I mean, gold nuggets? Wait, there's another team right there. How is there like... Wait. Okay, guys?
There's a solo here. Wait.
Yeah. Taste this guy's over here.
Team.
Wait, why? You could have chased the solo.
Yeah, we are.
We can 3v3 this. We can 3v3 this.
Yeah, we can. Just, I can speak to you in a bit.
Wait, was there a fortress?
Was there a
Oh my gosh.
Maybe.
Nice.
I'm getting the gold. Yeah, you picked it up. Never mind.
Oh shit. Do you want me to drop it now?
No, keep chasing. Actually, yeah, drop it now. I can make it.
It's just nuggets.
Yeah, it's fine. I can. Just here. Someone take this another head. I'm not sure you guys can do it, but just do something crazy. 2 sharp. I just dropped the sharp book there. If anyone needs it. Dropping junk in the floor now. My only healing, by the way, is a golden god apple and a G head.
Here, on your table, one guy. I have like 6.
What? All right, AJ just taxed it. The AJ tax is crazy. Pass me one. Pass me one.
Here.
What you guys healing?
Wait, I need one. How
many healing? How much you have?
How many do you have?
I have 5.
I have 2.
Okay.
Nikki.
All right, let's go back with this team over here. Sorry, I keep saying right now, guys. Forgive me. Oh, there's a team right there. They're fighting, I think. Yeah, they actually are fighting. There's full irons. Got the people off right here. Yeah, they're gonna get pinched here. You guys on me, right?
I'm behind them.
Wait, AJ, you're up with the wrong people.
I'm with you guys.
I need you to run.
Hey, there's a whole like 20 people behind you.
Cut left.
Oh, there's...
Okay, Andres, we're being chased by a lot of people, by the way.
Yeah, I thought you were chasing these guys.
Yeah, but we're being chased by more people behind.
Yeah, these guys are low. These guys are low.
Orlix.
Now everybody get clean.
Right.
Oh wait, they're not chasing. They're not chasing. Kill them.
No.
Broke his boat.
Yes. Catching up.
Look it again.
I don't know. I hit that. Nice.
Broke it again.
Fuck, bro. Like, bro, just stop boating me. Fuck.
Oh, his boat. Break his boat.
I'm out of arrows.
Nice.
No,
I shot him.
That was my last arrow. Oh, fuck me.
Okay, well.
Fuck. Can't go this way forever. So.
I'm just gonna stick right then. What is that, by the way? What is that big ass? Oh, someone got respawned over here. Wait, guys, you see this? Yeah, this guy just got. Someone's got respawned here. We gotta kill this. Like full line right there. Yeah, but it's literally another full line got respawned. We just cut left right here. Go for them. Yeah, go that way. You saw that, right? Where'd he go? You go in the water? No, I see him. Southwest.
Okay, bro was looking at us. Took him like 10 seconds to finally realize we were there.
Gamble. No, we're not gonna gamble.
Bro, Jason's still chasing me, bro. What the hell? I thought this guy like left block.
Wait, behind.
How many?
3. You take this.
No, you don't.
Are you sure?
Hey, you're the only one there. You're the only one there.
Wait, keep running. It's team of 5, team of 5, team of 5.
It's not 3.
Wait, I can strength 2. I can strength 2. Hold on, move here.
Well, that is.
I strength 2 and just kill all of them.
Is that the chat?
Wait, who's that guy? Is that your teammate ahead of you guys?
No.
Oh, we should go for him. He's a
Okay, go on this way, run 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 this way. Okay, this mountain.
If they all got off, let's go for that one solo. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Well, unless I'm tripping, I swear to God, I saw name underground here, but I'm not gonna go for it. Damn, this might be another Lich Staff game if we get Silk Touch. I kind of want to gamble with this head. What's everyone's healing?
4 gaps, 1
Alright.
head.
3 gaps.
Okay, I'm just
Gamble
gonna
ahead.
make a G head.
Gamble. Wait. If you let me gamble, I have better odds.
Oh, but I can make a G head though. Thoughts?
Nah. Gamble.
Fiend.
Alright, give me the head. I'll craft it.
I bet. Take that. Chat, if he doesn't get anything good, we're literally just. Yeah. Well, we got a bug. You got nothing, by the way. Because it glitched on the top of the thing, you got nothing. Yep.
What the fuck?
Yep. W gambling,
go
though.
All the way up, go all the way up, go all
No,
the way
there's
up.
nothing there.
Okay, let's go again.
Yeah, I don't have another head. Nope, not me.
Do you guys have a head? Do you have a head?
I do, but I don't want to use it on that.
Okay, make a J head, Pablo.
Wow.
Gold?
Yeah, I got gold. I have 8.
Wait, do you guys know that?
What?
Do you guys do you guys just know that, or?
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that happened.
Dang.
W gambling, though. You know what they say. You gamble
before
once. Yeah.
I mean, to
sure.
be fair, 99% of gamblers quit before the big win. So.
True. Well, what that 1%, you know?
Mhm.
Oh, this is a big team right here. They're chasing someone, I think. Oh,
I
that's...
need arrows.
Wait, they're getting chased, or are they chasing someone? Oh, they're chasing. Oh, they're,
Oh, I hit
we don't know. We got a bow. We
don't fight that.
don't fight that.
You
We
guys
got to
have
bow
arrows?
the other
guys
team
have
off. I got 0
You have arrows? You have arrows? I need arrows.
0.
arrows. Wait, we gotta pick this guy off here. Oh, that's the whole fucking team. Never mind. Run.
It's full diamond.
Behind us is an entire team as well. This way.
Yeah, I know. Oh, we are fucking corded.
We cannot just get a kill.
All right, I know where someone's at. I saw him hiding. Let's pretend we're going this way.
One
And
guy
we're
here.
200 pumped?
oh, wait, that's probably just get here. It's because there's a. Wait, what? These guys are literally full diamond. Cat 4K. Yo, by the way, there's a guy right there in that cobblestone. All right, there's listen. Wait, there's a guy right there. Right here. Oh, it's King.
Yeah, well, the 4 diamond guys are chasing us.
Wait, wait, they are? Oh, fuck. I gotta run into the people. Oh, some guy's got a long shot on me. Who died? Babu died? No.
Nuh-uh.
You just gotta be rats and pick people off. To pick teams off. Wait, I don't think that's a good chase. Keep running. We're running the border. Careful with like the holes. Wait, low key, I don't have flint and steel. I was gonna say we can all go another and just fucking kill him another, but that's already outside of border. Never mind. Guys, I'm not looking to XQCLO us.
And they stopped chasing.
They probably did, but there's probably another team over here, so we're actually running in a good direction.
Okay, well the border's here, so.
Oh, where's... Okay. Fuck. Does anyone have 3 bones?
No
Yeah, we got no kills. I have 4. Did I have 1 redstone or 3 bones?
I have 3 redstone.
No bones?
What do we need bones for?
Make it like this compass that tracks us to the nearest person. Probably kill him.
Dang.
Okay, let's go this way.
9 bones.
Nah, bro. See. Wait, go to my Discord and put that idea in YouTube ideas. The draw. I'm so sorry. I'm saying your name wrong. I'm gonna call you Roar. I forgot. Roar. Roar XD Lamau. Wait, can you get a slime ball here? Never mind.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna get some wood.
Alright. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. What the f... Is that... Okay, do y'all see what I'm seeing right now? It's a big-ass obsidian pool thing. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But we really can't find one person. You know. Oh, gosh. I'm not tired yet. I'm not tired. You're tired. I'm not tired.
What do we need string for? Is string important?
No, we don't. I need you.
Wait, what?
My mama don't like you, but she likes everyone. And I never liked you. Admit that I was wrong. I just burped. That was nasty. Excuse me.
Does anyone have arrows?
Nope, 0.
Nah.
All right, we gotta go back to that, like, those team fight, that whole team fighting.
Kevin Nintendo died.
No, rip Kevin Nintendo chat. RIP in chat for Kevin Nintendo.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna hold a funeral. Ree. Oh, yeah, okay. Shift. Wait, they're full. Wait, are they full iron, bro? They're full iron, bro. You see these guys over here?
Oh yeah, those are our next victims for sure. They look clueless too.
All right, we don't talk about that. Gaston. Wait, isn't Gaston? Oh, Gates on. Never mind. That was Gaston. I was like, isn't Gaston like a Pokemon? No, it's a Disney character. Holy shit, who has speed? Holy shit, AJ. He's dead. He's 1 HP. 1 HP. You have bow? Nope, no arrows. I forgot. Oh, dead. Well, bro's dead. Bro died. Pick that up. He had arrows.
Hey, fat boy.
He is, he's on 34. Dude.
Okay, never mind.
AJ's a fucking shooter, dude.
Sartorial shooter.
Not that much. So right now at deathmatch, we really gotta play it smart. It's gonna be red versus like orange or something. Oh my god, please say yes. Go on the no. Wait, yes. You gotta. I mean that works. Yes, good cutoff, teammate. Oh my god.
Qndres, big body.
Sure, they're right. Oh yes, AJ could have cut off. Holy fuck.
I was on 30 still.
Oh, he's dead here.
No, not today, buddy.
Bro got away.
How do you get away?
Pablo?
Why did we just sell that?
Fuck that, I lobbed at his head.
Oh. Oh my Cat 4K team has pots. Okay.
Oh, GG.
How much does this guy have? 19?
19. You were speechless when I put my fucking...
You got this, bro.
Bob, you got this, actually. You actually gotta get this, or else we just lose this game mode. Put water above you. Just put water. It's like this. It was a cobweb. Oh my... Okay.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
I haven't made light apples yet, by the way. So.
Oh, you haven't? Okay. Well, we need apples. I'm like cold for you.
I think I have actually.
He's on 10, Bob Blue. 6.
He's gapping.
He gapped.
I need to gap as well.
Watch this fucking shot. Chat, if this hits, 100 subs. Didn't hit. Fuck. This is fighting for his life, and you, yeah.
That was actually kind of nuts what he just did.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking
Where is he?
gats!
Where is
He's
he?
straight
Let me
ahead, just
get
this
him
way.
up. Okay. He's so far away from me and Andres.
I know, bro's cred. Just come here and die.
If you cut him off left so he goes right, Andres and I can freaking clap his.
True.
I don't know what I can do.
Win. He's on 14.
Oh, but border.
You're chasing the border, and make sure you're pushing left. Cause me and AJ are right. All right, well, bro's going left. Oh, he's in a cave. He's dead here. He's dead. He's actually dead here. He's on 9. Wait, no way. Oh my god, bro. What is he doing?
This cave would just be a fucking mile long.
He's on 8. All right. He's dead here, right?
I have a faster pickaxe. I have efficiency 4.
Going up.
Yeah.
Got him.
Nice.
GG.
Okay. Do you guys have a water bucket? You probably.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I got one for you.
I only have 2 gapples. So if you guys have more heals, please.
I could probably do some work with that. You can talk to me at my office after if you want, AJ.
Let me talk to you after your office.
I gave someone a jihad. I have a second jihad
Alright.
that I got from him.
Alright, do you guys have Ooh, I need head. No. Do you guys have water bucket?
Yeah, here.
Yeah.
In front of me, right there. Boom. I have
Wait,
4
you healing?
gold.
Alright, I need more heals.
Okay, take the jihad.
Thank you. I have 36 golden.
Pass me on. I can make a gap.
Here you go.
Wait, everyone already made their jihads?
I did.
I
Yeah.
don't think I made a jihad.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give it to you right now. And then,
No,
okay,
no,
well,
watch out. It's the.
yo, thanks for follow. Appreciate it.
Alright. What do we do?
Okay, well, there's a team that's called Cat4K. They have bots, so we'll just blow them off. Yo, Moody, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. We're currently in a teams game, so we're about to hopefully win this game. We'll see.
No way, I got withering.
Yeah, we don't want that.
We're going mid?
Yeah, we try get the chest first. Get the house chests. Yeah. I'm with the other ones.
Golden apple?
Nice.
Oh, they have mid control.
That's fine. We go this way. Light green team. You guys with me? You guys are not with me. Oh, there's a team on you guys.
Does someone have gold? Does someone have
Yeah, this team is
can you give me that
cool.
gold so I can make a golden head for you?
I have 1 gold.
Thanks to the raid. Yeah, we.
Wait, do you still need that golden head or no?
Yeah, here. Can you make it? Hear me?
I think this team is killable,
No,
right?
give me the
Kill-
gold. I have the head.
Yeah. Oh, I just. Yeah, you keep the head. Just give him the golden head.
Okay.
Wait, this team is
Please.
killable. This team is killable.
I know. Hold on. Wait, AJ, make the golden head. Head in the middle and then gold around.
Here you go.
Wait, no, Loki. We need them alive because there's a team with strength and we're not gonna win if we don't. I mean, they push us, we kill them, but it wouldn't be smart for them to push us. Yeah.
Does anyone have arrows?
No, I have 0.
I have a little bit. Here, I can give you like 10.
Above
Thank
you, above you. Watch out, I'm just above you.
Yeah, I'm good.
Hit him once.
I'm good. Where's Wi-Fi? Or where's that Cat4K? I see him right there. We gotta like cut them off. Look here, right here. Look.
Yeah, I'm not really with you right now.
Yeah, I'm not really pushing in. Right here. Right, he's by himself. Don't go. Yeah, go for like the Cat4K person.
Behind you.
Oh, Bobby, you're
Shit.
yourself.
Fuck! I think I'm dead. I'm so dead, yeah.
Fuck.
Dude, I got like crit into a corner and I physically could not do shit.
You're good. Your arrows in here?
Hit him. Hit him. Hit him.
Be low, you got our teammate needs over here. One person, help our teammate. Teammate, turn on him. 31.
How is he at?
18. Run away.
You wanna kill this guy instead?
Sure, yeah. Oh, he's running away too? We really gotta target that Cat 4 K team. That's like that Dioda team that we're just chasing. They were low.
There's people above us right now.
I know, they're full irons though. We want them all like come here real quick. Come to this house over here.
Okay.
We want to get our space. Because again, like I said, that was people. Dev, hi Dev. I am tryhard. This is UHC Dev. Gotta put in work right here. Can you just build this team inside this house?
Yeah.
I got no arrows. Just
Bro,
build
why
them,
are
just
they
build 'em.
camping? They have so much shit.
Oh yeah, no healing. I got no arrows, by the way. No, they have no healing. Probably, most likely. I mean, they're 19.
There's someone above this?
No. Hi, Dev. How are you, though? Dev, you gotta play with this, bro. Let me and Boost for in the mornings. I'm also doing a challenge, Dev. I fucking love you, Dev. Kiss me. Yo. We just gotta, like, yeah, keep bowing them. Any arrows in here? Nothing. Wait, is there any feathers, AJ? Feathers?
No. Right here?
14. $11. Ouch. Yeah, take space again. Get back to this house over here because we're getting shots for free. They're getting shots for free on us. Pick up the arrows, yeah. Feathers, question mark. Make sure your gear is fine, by the way. No feathers? Okay. Damn. 11-hour stream? Yep. It's gonna be longer, most likely. Yo. That's so faded. We gotta go.
Essentially an hour. If you don't win that game, no.
They're dying over here. Let's go see 11.
They're getting kills right here.
Yep. Careful, don't go to one. Back up. Alright.
This guy's on 13.
I know.
This guy's on 10. This guy's on 8. You kill them. Kill them as well.
Wait. Alright, back up. We did enough damage. Shit.
Come around. We can come around.
Oh, this. I need. I don't have any arrows, by the way, so I can't do shit.
Oh, I can't see the border because my texture pack.
Yeah. Right, he's on 17. On 3. Like, I got him.
Showing you. We're getting clean.
Back up. Yep. I just did not pick up any gear there.
These guys gotta fuck off. These two gotta fuck off.
Wait, I don't. I threw my flint out and I had a fucking bunch of. Oh my god!
I need heals. Do you have heals?
Fuck.
Wait, do you have any flint? Here, take her here, AJ. Got the head. No, I don't. Yeah, Flint, AJ?
Yo, yeah, here.
Okay. That's the only 3?
You have wait.
Yeah, what do you need? What do you need?
Suddenly
I know.
vehicle.
0, 0, 0.
You don't have any heals on Jess? You don't have
Yeah,
any
take.
heals? You need one heal. Thank you. You guys gotta go ahead.
Oh, fuck, I forgot I'm muted. Yeah, we got no heals.
Same here.
We need to move in.
Yo, Techie, y'all need to like.
I have 3 arrows. I have 4 flint. Who got so much flint?
Wait, I need flint. Ask me.
Here.
Guys, I don't exist, okay?
Where's the border? Where's the border?
Teammate dead.
Not real.
Got dead.
Oh, wait.
Back up. AJ, come here.
We might need a fight.
We can build up.
Guys, I'm
No,
not
it's
real.
there's a top border too.
I'm not real.
Come here, AJ.
Shit.
Left.
I am not
We gotta kill this guy here. Kill this green guy.
No, I'm not real. Yo, Andre, this is it. Spicy.
Oh, chill.
I'm not real.
Behind me, Andres. I'm dead. Fuck. My head's still there, by the way, Andres, if you want to take it. And a golden apple.
He's on 2.
He's on 1 heart. No way.
He's on 1. It's insane. He's on 5 though.
Andres, so you turn around.
So cool.
1v4.
GG's. Fuck. You just.
We got second with the most mid loot ever.
Yeah, we literally had full iron, bro. Oh damn. Actually, so close. Hi, Dev. Hello, Dev. Dev, I'm sweating, Dev. Holy shit, bro. I still haven't played this. Dev, it's literally UHC, bro. A 1.20. One more, AJ. One more.
We can't end the loss.
Facts, for real. Remember, 99% of gamblers never quit.
Wait. I gotta leave real quick.
Wait, actually?
A second on
Wait.
Nick.
Okay, yeah, on Nick. Yeah, there we go. Slash up and on Nick.
Oh.
So close? I know. That's fine. Everyone slash on Nick and we just go to.
Wait, how do I do my
W.
VC? I want to fucking voice. Wait, is my mic working in game or no?
I can't tell. I have my shit muted.
Qndres. You're useless as fuck.
What? The fuck is wrong with you?
Alright. Wait, is my mic even, bro? Settings.
All right, we gotta actually like fuck like. Hopefully we can get like a good like squad going.
Hello. Wait. Oh, I'm an idiot.
I mean,
yeah, hello.
Like,
yeah, hello.
I don't think my team has.
AJ the Bold.
Yo. The boy.
I'm pretty sure there's guys that are complaining that
Anyone?
the huge cross team.
Bro.
I mean, they're full diamond. Way. If I mean, I would understand if I was getting teamed on. I mean, it's just.
I mean, I don't understand complaining when you win. Like, no.
Yeah.
like what?
The complaining is crazy.
Oh,
I got
Keep him rolling. Come on.
Oh, I hear Sweat God. Oh, Sweat God. Yo.
Oh my God, Bobberly.
Bob, what are you doing with Brian? Invite me.
With the boys, bro.
Like,
Sorry,
Sweat God's like
sorry,
one of the best
Noob Mo. I got a team.
1.9,
All right, I'm dude. All right, we're meowing now. It's crazy. Yo, look, I'm not gonna lie. Might be another sweat lobby.
Wait, AJ, do you hear me in game? AJ, do you hear me in game? AJ, do you hear me in game? AJ, do you hear me in game?
Wait, say something?
Hello?
I don't think I can hear you.
Wait, Bobble, I need you to actually like rush another with me here, like us two.
Okay. I want to fix my VC. Bro, why is it? Oh wait, I know why.
Why?
I'm a fucking dumbass. Wait. Shit. There we go. That should work. I think.
Meow.
Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay.
Wait, yo, Dev, DM me.
Yeah, hello.
Are you Dev? Are you fucking Dev? Sorry. Yo, but thanks again, Modis, for the raid. Appreciate it.
Yo, this is a major sweat lobby, by the way.
Oh, I know. We could dodge.
All his viewers.
Yo.
This is like.
Wait, you know Sweat God? Where do you know Sweat God from? AJ.
What?
What do you know Sweat God from?
He's the best like 1.8 UHC player in the world.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and he won like multiple Mintech events.
Hmm.
What the fuck? Oh. Wait, okay.
Me personally, I know him from Twitter. That's literally what everyone tells me. They know me from Twitter. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, nobody ever told you that on your
Okay. Okay. Read. Fuck you. I'm about to say something. Don't read this out loud, by the way. So basically, I said this. Okay, fuck. I don't want to take a screenshot of this. That's the thing.
What the fuck, AJ?
I know what I can do. Okay.
Yeah, hello.
Hold on, I gotta.
Guys, stop chasing me. Stop chasing me.
Okay.
Leave me alone, please.
I actually need help here.
Leave me
Okay.
alone, please.
I'm putting something in chat right now. What do I say to this? Like, don't say your response in aloud. Just say your response in the chat, the group chat.
Leave me alone. How'd I miss? Oh fuck. Fuck.
Read group chat. Group chat.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Nobody but me. Nobody but.
I don't know what to respond to that.
Wait, Andres, I'm subscribed to you. Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's fucking Bobble. Bobble, you're that fucking pinky. They're this fucking man's.
Yo, fuck you, Andres.
Fuck you, Rich.
Wow.
What's wrong with you,
Wow,
Bobble?
wow, don't talk to Andres like that.
Who the fuck is Andres?
Hey, who the fuck is Andres and who the fuck is you?
Ray, you want dick?
What? Yo, Ray, these are viewers, bro? Yo.
What's up, Bablu?
What'd you say to me?
I asked that you wanted dick.
What's up, Bablu?
Yo, what you say, man?
Nah, the double down is crazy. Yo, Bablu.
You want dick or not, Ray?
Andres, I can't let you went down bad.
The best man.
I don't know what you just said, bro. You got your mic in your fucking mouth.
Andres,
Got my dick in my mouth.
Yeah! Yo, AJ, you're fucking
Yo,
crazy.
the ball. Shut up. Shut up.
No way. Yo, it's literally a sweat lobby, bro. Noob. Bro, it's just GG's. It's just a GG's.
Shut up. Shut up.
Alright, so there goes another hour of your day.
Yep, there goes. Yep.
Oh no.
It's Max.
Yo, Andres, for
Yo,
no
first
reason.
person to dog gets $5.
Yo.
Yo. I don't want to rake you. Fuck these teams. I'll fuck all of them up.
Hi, Andres.
Especially fucking Greninja. Fuck that guy.
What?
Yo. Who's our teammates? Alright, this might be like. Not gonna lie, this might be a GG team. Unless we have. Let's see. Sweat God. Okay, they didn't get put together. We're good. We're chill.
Well, you dropped, right?
Yeah, I dropped, yeah. Yo, holy cow, let's follow. Alright, I'm just gonna.
What's up with the structure? Is it W Riz or L? Yeah.
It's W/L. Depends on what books we get.
Wait, Skibbity? Yo,
Scoop
saddle.
toilet.
That's
I'm gonna
Skibbity
just.
saddle.
If I can get like 3 iron, we can just rush another. Like, I need everyone here with me though.
But I'm getting OP loot. I'm not even lying.
Fuck, dude.
Andres actually had OP loot.
Actually?
Yeah.
What'd you got?
Full nether, right?
Alright, we're trolling now.
Fuck, it's already looted.
But Dev, let me know when you respond to my Discord, please. I don't know what to say to that, bro. I'm fucking dude. I think that's my cue, right? I think that's my cue, bro. Dude, Dev, thoughts? Is that a friend request? Fraud? I got you. What's good? I'm on your team. What's up, Sheer Force? Actually, who are you?
Yo,
Yo, I
did you
give
see
you
that in
advice
chat?
on Jess.
What happened?
I give you advice on the thing.
Actually,
Mm-hmm.
like, is it like genuine advice or?
Yeah, that's W advice. That actually is W advice.
Actually, should I do that?
Yo, this guy just took my wood. What the fuck?
You think I should actually do that? I was actually not gonna lie. I was like low key thinking about it because
Yo, Qndres.
Yo, chat.
Clip that. Shit.
Yeah, got that. Yeah.
I mean, if only chat knew. If only chat. Fruitberry's lobby. I know. They actually
Wait,
probably
is
rate.
it UHC split?
Yeah, he's a UHC 1.8 main. 1.8 though, but probably just all around,
Right.
just good.
Dude.
What,
You
eight
I wa-
joking right now, or-
fake?
Well, we have water up there or no? Like we actually might not be able to go another here.
You mean in Canada?
There's a.
What the fuck? What are you on about?
No, I didn't get any water. Sorry.
There's water right here.
Can you bring some? All right. Well, yeah. Either bring some now, or we don't go another. We lose the game.
Okay, we go another then. We need to get a smelter's pickaxe. And
Okay.
Fuck.
I just need water.
I don't have any iron.
Yo, this is actually a sweat lobby, by the way. Like dead ass. Like this is like crazy sweat. I've never seen this lobby in my life. I found diamonds.
I'm X-ray.
Okay.
I swear, Andres is always like negative HP in the beginning.
Yeah,
Doesn't
but it's
matter,
fine. We're
man.
chill. Get a full respawn.
Full respawn.
Like, you know.
Speak properly, idiot.
I'm sorry. I hate you. You killed me in Skywars game on my mama's grave. Okay.
You apologize. For
Sorry for killing your. I was supposed to killing your mom. Sorry for killing you in the Skywars game. Can you? Am I forgiven? Please.
You need to get to the other time. I don't know. Just figure it out. Like, cause I'm trying to find iron and I just can't find shit.
Well, I gotta find fucking water. I can't find fucking water because this is fucking dookie water.
Dookie butter. Iron. Aaron earned an iron urn. How did he earn that though?
I am sorry. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sorry. Oh, lag.
Okay. Okay.
I'm that one.
Okay. What is going on?
No.
Loki could have dodged his
Yes.
lobby, but I didn't want to.
Or why would we dodge? Just the fun part.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but there goes another hour of Andres' life.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it like that.
I don't know what you mean.
That entire
Wait.
game
Why do you think we're
just
gonna
had
lose?
beforehand?
Wait, Dev, look at the response times though. Thoughts on that? Apology not accepted, young man. Look.
What the fuck?
You know you have to play for 9 more hours, right?
Yep, I know that. But I can get easy wins, you know?
Yeah. Why didn't you make it? Oh, what if you made it one gifted sub?
Yeah? A little special hour?
One win.
I could do little special hour. I'm not doing that because I'll be fucking here forever. 24-hour stream? Question mark?
You're crazy.
Wait, the scam.
Should I just scam? No.
Everyone.
And if I have to sleep, I'll sleep on stream. I'm not gonna.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Just got iron blocks.
Wait, you're nether ready?
No.
All right. It's
I can go in there. I think.
too late now.
Really?
Yeah. Probably Greenwich is already there. Not gonna lie.
Damn. There's a treasure bastion too.
Actually?
Yeah, that's what someone said.
Fuck. We're
Unless they just
someone.
meant treasure as in like loot, but.
Okay. Well, on the bright side, no one has strength pots. We won't get quick drop that fast.
Why is it only? Is it one or the other? Like.
Yeah, it's either Fortress or Bastion. Yep. We just need to find like diamonds. We gotta go crazy at this diamond finds. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, my cave is nuts, but I'm just getting 0 diamonds.
I have one. AJ, what about you? What do you have right now?
I have none.
Cool. I'm gonna go up and surface real quick since I
I
kind
do
of went
not
down
find
early.
diamonds on the server like ever. What is the fucking like what?
Yeah, well, I swear in deep dark, like not deep dark, in these type of caves, there should be diamonds literally everywhere.
Right?
This is the only.
Is there
server
like
where
Why do you
custom, though? Like this is like
they like limit it?
Go out another is technically like a 50%, not even like 75% chance you win because you get like crazy gold or crazy netherite. Just yeah. All right. I'm gonna move up a little bit more. Bring me string, Zach, if you can. If you can hear my stream. I think you said you hear my stream.
If you could queue for 7 people in the party, that'd be insane.
I mean, that, yeah, but then again, people are just gonna get, like, I don't know, sweat lobbies, you know? Like, imagine, like, literally that whole, all these YouTubers in one team. It's just like, GG's. Perfect. Ree-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Use it on your stone pick? I mean, it's cool. It's chill.
1, 2, 3, 1,
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yo.
That's that one song, right? By Doja Cat? No.
We hate Doja Cat.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Really? Why do we hate Doja Cat?
Because she worships the devil.
Yo. He. We don't, you know who we don't stand?
Who?
Wait. Guys, ABC if Bob was better than Qndres. Okay.
Alright,
ABC.
single election in 8 minutes, and I haven't found a single diamond.
Yo, Kylie, thanks to follow. Appreciate it. Hello, Kylie.
Did Kai Cenat follow you on Twitch?
No, not Kai Sinats, bruh. I literally said Kylie, like... Wait, actually? What would he do?
Yeah.
I know, I'm stupid.
No, he's doing a
I
stream.
know.
No, you don't.
I said Juicy joined yesterday, right?
Dude, why do you
Last
act
night.
like you know when you don't know?
Bro, I literally said I do know. All right, Kylie.
You don't know
Are you all...
nothing, dude.
Okay. Yeah, I'm...
Dress might be Drewski.
Yo, bro, if Paxo, we have White Tea on our team.
But did Paxos in this game? Oh,
No, I think someone's named Epixel.
Pixel. Bro, Paxos actually...
Who's he Paxo
good.
again?
It's like,
Some
Bubba?
random UHC player. Some Among Us person.
You know Bubbo?
Oh, he's Bobo's editor.
Oh.
Wait, do you know it's Dev? He's actually Booster's editor.
Yeah, I
Evan
heard.
Qndres.
I also heard he went to jail for 3 years.
You know
Yeah,
Booster's
no,
stream
that's
does
Kier.
everything?
Kier went to jail for 3 years, not the hospital.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
you
went-
did it for Yellow Ball, right?
No, I edited for you, but
Yeah.
that's why Score Apple's not here
I'm
anymore.
not even joking. Swearing everything. Babble, you literally told me in a VC that I'm
I
just edited for
fucking
you.
didn't, dude.
Yes, you did.
I
Why
actually
would
edited for
I have
Bob
said
Blue.
that?
You're right. No, I just right. I actually do edit for you.
I mean, you do edit for me, but why would I have, like, that's a secret. Like, why would I have told him that, you know?
I know, it's kind of fucked up, AJ. Kind of ruining our secrets. Should I tell everyone your secret?
Oh, I found water. All right.
All right.
Here you
Have you
go.
dodge?
Finally. after
Yeah, it's
6 years.
Benjamin. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Franklin.
That's actually gonna text all account. Not gonna troll.
What time is it? 2 a.m.
Dude, you were up at fucking 3 in the morning yesterday. Why are you acting surprised? Bro's like,
2
wait,
a.m.
it's 5 a.m. and I'm
Oh,
up right
none of
now.
These trees are good for apples.
Okay,
5
the
a.m.
song.
and I'm up right now.
Just going to screeny.
Everyone says that.
Wait, I think
Really?
my game just crashed.
Hey, man.
Wait, AJ, you just died. The fuck?
Wah, wah.
Yeah, my friend Minitech is really cool, and like, you should get to know him. He's on Lifesteal SMP, and I think he's currently in the SMP with Wembu, and this guy has not gone off the fucking SMP. Bro's addicted.
My name is One Boop.
How do I track players?
Right click on your compass.
Slash track.
I didn't get a compass.
Wait, on that, huh?
I'm not gonna lie, we got to do something crazy right now.
We got. I have a saddle. We could get a horse. W horse strat? Question mark?
I might have to die early this game.
Wait,
Wait,
a desert
why?
temple here. Am I just not looted?
Because I have to finish editing the video.
Wait, it's just full send it then.
Yeah, I'm full Sunday right now.
Wait, surely now, right? Surely you're lying?
Not capping, bro.
You're a fiend right now, though. You're a fiend. You're a fiend, though. You're a fiend.
I'm a fiend you.
Can you send me your address now? You can just say
For
no.
my birthday,
What do you want?
copious amount of lean.
Okay. All
I know
right.
You know the plug.
Oh, I know the plug. Last name Bablu. First name Bablu.
What is wrong with you?
I would just said Pablo's real name.
It's not a secret.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, what's your real name then?
Cleveland. No.
My name is Cleveland Brown. You know I got a frown.
Yep, that's how it goes.
Who's gonna tell him?
What? Bro, we don't have enchants. We just need one
Wait,
diamond.
wait, Andres, come here.
I don't know where you're
I'm
at.
already lost.
Behind you, behind you.
You can locate a
Go,
requeue.
go where you're mining. Go where you're
We're
mining.
not requeuing.
All right. Wait, where are you at? Where was I mining? Yes. Oh, hey, AJ.
Yo.
What's up, chat?
Take my stuff.
Wait, what? Are you actually dipping?
I'm not gonna. Well, yeah.
Okay, you're be it for a while.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I'm gonna just rock with you.
Bro, it's just taking damage is crazy.
Qndres, they want to elect me as the king, so I think it's over for you.
They what?
Ooh, I got a W drop right here, Qndres.
Huh? Alright, I'll go at your stuff right now. Bro, I just need one diamond, bro.
Okay,
Just-
I'm on the one diamond. I'm gonna keep working on getting like books and shit. Like all that.
Wait, do you have Bobby? You have
I'm
Bobby?
just gonna disconnect you. You
No.
kill my zombie with a lava bucket, okay?
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure I can't do that.
You can.
But,
you can. Ready?
My team
Here,
will
take
kill
this.
you. Tell my team to
Take
kill
this,
you.
take this.
You see all your stuff. You kill all your stuff.
I give you all the
Wait,
important.
we can go
stuff.
honey bottles. What the fuck? It's OP.
Alright, bro.
Alright,
So
now
give me
take
all
my
the
head,
important
take-
stuff.
Take my head. Take my head.
Am I allowed to do this chat? Wait, stash
Yeah,
report.
you're loud. You're loud. You're loud.
Are you sure?
Yeah. You're loud.
Gameplay. IPVP. No, I can't. I can't do that, AJ.
Why?
It's an intentional PvP. Like if people are just I'll get banned.
No,
but-
that's if you're not teamed.
No, right? No, that's intentional feeding. That's literally a rule.
No, I'm leaving the game and I'm giving you loot. What the
I
fuck
can't.
is
I can't.
That's not feeding. That's a hey, I'm leaving. Take my shit.
Okay, but
Just get the head, bro. No,
I literally
if-
can't even lobby.
if-
That's the thing.
If it's silver or mod bans you, I'll DM silver.
Yeah. Bro got the connects. I can't. By the way, I can't lobby you because yeah, it's. I'm telling you, IPVP. I can't lobby you.
Dang. All right, I gotta go.
All right, bro. Appreciate you. Good night, bro.
Yo, that was super.
I'll be.
hype, that one.
Love you. Love you. Love you. Love you. Love you. Love you.
Yo, peace.
Later. All right, still gotta win this age
So
bubble.
what is our odds of winning this? What do you think?
I'm not gonna lie. Pretty fucking low. Wait. Dude, I don't know. I don't know. Fruit and Greninja are dangerous, bro. True. I have gold, by the way. We can make like a gap. Wait, Bob, how much?
I have 2 lights. I have 6 left.
We gotta like fully sweat mode, by the way. Just me and you, okay.
Yeah. I don't know where you are. We don't have really anything.
Bob, send chords. We can all meet up. Do /PMC.
King election. Are you running for king?
Yep. Offense. Do that. Fucking love Eden. I'm getting to you, by the way. Go this way. Wait, there's just a fucking fortress. There's a... Oh, it's already looted. The guy said vote Andre. Vote Bablu.
Yeah, I said vote you.
Damn, someone got a goated spell. This is... Oh my fucking god. Okay.
Where are you?
I am coming to you.
That's you. Oh wait, perfect. Oh hello. But
What's good, bro? What's good, Sam?
Andres, should we make obsidian or no? Do we not need it?
I only have 1 diamond.
Should we have the obsidian ready in case?
Sure. You can just make it. Oh, we gotta pick off people right now. So Bob, we do slash. Oh yeah, we gotta do slash redeem after this. What's show you right now?
I saw someone.
Wait, where? We gotta kill him. Where?
Like
That way?
Like
All right, let's go for him.
Yeah, like
Bobby, you just yeah. For Bob, we go from.
temple. This temple.
Well, come on, I looted it already. There's nothing there. Are you ready, Bob?
Of course.
Okay.
You muted me in game, right, Andres?
Yeah, I think so. Talk.
Okay. I'm talking.
Yeah, I muted in game. Earlier today with Booster, I muted you. Wait, Booster might be up soon, by the way, so we can look and play with them too.
That's fucking insane. Dude, doesn't it feel like it's been a day that I haven't paid my PC? I feel like it's like weird. So strange. Yeah, we should have wiped out some people with like bad gear and then just.
You're gonna be here for 5 more hours? Yeah, I know. I'm put sharp 1 on my my sharp sword, on my short sword.
You are?
Yeah, I just did it.
Me too.
I need apples. Fuck, I have no apples. I forgot. You have apples?
I had apples. I don't know.
You have any apples, teammate? Zap. Yeah, share for me, please.
I got shields.
Yeah, can you share for me?
Oh, wait, Andres, I have 2 saddles.
I just have. I mean, we don't have any bow and arrows or anything.
Yeah, I know, but if we get that, and then.
Yeah, I'm down with Bubba. All right, I got my apples already. We're chilling. Go ahead, 0-0. Let's go, guys. Teammates, come on. Beautiful. I swear to God, bro. Hopefully, one of these days, they make it like team of 9. Oh my God, I'm gonna go crazy. It's just like, you know, there's an infinite. Yeah, but it's bannable. You don't want it. So that's literally. It's glitching. It's glitching. What? Go this way, yeah. Damn, bro, this is literally it. Yeah, I know. Oh, the worst comes to worst, we get shears. We go another. We shear sheep. You know, you get me now.
Oh yeah, I get you.
You're getting down when I'm putting up. Wait, no, you're putting up. Never mind.
I'm picking up.
Come on.
Down, yeah.
Why is Qndres getting like these NPC noob kills?
Yeah, I don't know. Our team is like really good right now. Like there's a lot of players.
Oh.
Ninja's team is doing like good.
Yeah. We just gotta pull up on someone. Oh, here.
I have 10 bones.
Team with a win nether. Oh my God. Oh, the fuck. Dude, I'm actually like hella excited because that just, by the way, like that's literally a toss up, right, Pablo? Like that. You see the DM? That's literally like that's like the image I sent right away.
What about it? Like,
Yeah, second monitor.
Yeah, I saw it, but like, what do you like?
Like that's literally like, oh, right here. It's tough. I'm running. What happened?
Need help.
Yeah, minus one. Yeah, minus.
Where? Go back. Yeah, go. Up this guy.
Oh, it's Andres. Oh.
That's not.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, allow.
Oh yeah, sorry. Who?
Omega low. Oh, probably up here and back. Teammate just fucking dropped.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, correct. Alright, correct. Yeah, come on. Yeah, just stick with me, Bubba.
Oh, flip. I just did something bad.
Water.
Oh shit.
Wants the berries? Yeah. Honestly, just your teammates. I'm honest with you. Yeah. That's a whole team of 8. Oh, what's your gold count, by the way? 2.
6.
Okay, well, we can make a gap.
Here,
Jinx.
you make it.
What's healing? Nice. So you got
2
fucking poison.
gaps.
I got harming. Nice. All right.
We need arrows bad, like a bow and arrow, like really badly.
Yeah. Wait, you have 2 gaps, you said?
Yeah.
I bet. We can Loki go for that again. Just like pick people off. I think they're fighting right now. They're chasing people right now. We just stay back. We just stay back and we just go. Wait, I'm in mutant game. Mutant game, so they won't hear us.
Done.
It's like our teammate's basically just AFK. All right. Yeah. Oh, there's another people right there. There's 2 people. They're chasing someone. Bro. It's Rigby.
Oh,
Wait.
there's a lot of players.
Holy shit, dude. That's a whole war, dude. That's a warfare over there.
If we could pick someone off though and get the head, imagine.
Yeah, no, but they're all so high, so we really can't do shit.
It'd be such a play.
It would do. Dias to give. No. Give me the diamonds first. We can like just like UAV around it, you know, like stick near.
For sure, for sure, for sure.
Got a fucking bow? It's not. See that? It's still chasing them. Oh, right here, look. Right here, look. Yeah, team. Pick the inch table. 11. Oh my fucking god. These are high pixel players. Kill them. Nice. Cool.
Interesting play.
Was he on?
Is he on?
I don't know.
Like 1, I think. He's on 1. He's on 1. Turn on, just back. Turn on.
Come back. We just chase this guy, fucking teammate.
I gotta get Chimotella so we can do some.
Yeah, this guy's like 1 HP, no?
Yeah, he's in 7 now.
Need someone to bow him? Teammate, cross him off.
No arrows. No right below.
Oh my god, bro. He's so fucking annoying. Just back up. Let's get enchanted.
Okay, so.
These are
Are they
fucking
chasing?
annoying. Yeah, they are.
We might be able to win.
Yeah, we are, but I mean, we're just fucking gonna chase him, bow.
Oh my god, I like frame perfect dodge that. It's insane.
Oh fuck. Fuck, man.
Fuck.
No, this didn't bow and run. Like Jesus, bruh.
Bow and run. You want in chat?
Sure. Yeah, Lapis.
Yeah, 10. Yo.
We low-key gotta just like play on picking up people, like cleaning them up.
Bro, I'm getting the worst enchantments. There we go.
I do like Pokemon though. Whoever just asked that in chat. Yes.
I have a sharp 1 buck. If I get another one, then I can get a sharp 3.
Yeah, I'm nervous, bro. I don't want to ask, but I don't. Fuck. You said what?
No, that's good.
You have a string?
No.
Okay. I kind of want to do what I told you earlier. Getting this, just in case.
True.
Yeah, they're just gonna be cringe, by the way, this top team.
Really need to get a kill. Like we have no healing.
Yeah, they made another inch table. You can like, okay, yeah, they're rushing us. Hold on.
Christ.
We're just gonna fucking run. If we get in a cave, I'm down. Like, come this way. We get in a cave and we're just gonna fucking all in them. They're being cringe. We're just gonna get bowed to death if we don't, you know?
Yeah.
Actually, well, no, we don't get in a cave. We just run them. Hella. I see you. Going to you. Take this. Wait, you see that? Another. Here. We're gonna wait. Another.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait for you. No. Probably. You should not have done that. Okay.
It's good.
I bet. I'm making it right now. GG. They're not coming in there now.
Yes, no way.
Gotta be careful, by the way. It might be like another team. It's fine though, we're chilling. How do you take less damage to the bed, by the way? Just put a block in front of it?
Yeah, just put a block.
There might be stream sniping, by the way. It's like 100% they are.
Would not be surprised.
Would not be surprised either. They're high pixel players. They're cringe. Wait, I have no apples. Fuck. AJ just died. Okay.
It's just me and you, man.
I mean, to be fair, that's like literally our only try we could have done. By the way, if we didn't, we would have just gotten chased to like border and probably would have died there.
Yeah.
What we do here is we just wait for that one of them to die and we just go back.
This is insane.
Wait, you have beds? Take that.
No.
Sweat God, Amphras, Grenader, Fruit. I don't know who else. Yeah.
What should I drop?
Yo, Esther, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Wait, did Sweat God die? Oh, he's still alive. Wait, Sweat God's not on the team though. What the fuck? Surely, do you think they looted the All Another? Or the Bastion? Let's go find out.
Yeah, probably, but check.
Surely they left like one, right?
We should use this portal to get out. It's in a different location than if
True.
they're waiting for us. There's an enemy here. Wait.
Do you know how to loot this one?
I shot a pearl. Good.
Wait. Usually when I go in here, they usually don't loot the chest over here. I'm gonna go check it out.
This chest is looted.
You got fucked with their things.
So there's like way too many people were here. There's so many blocks. It's definitely all looted.
You think so? Let's find. I'm gonna go find out.
It's gotta be.
Even like, you think even like the secret blocks? Let's see. Oh yeah, they looted it. Fuck.
Even the
Yo,
fucking hidden ones
they
are-
really just like did not leave anything. Yeah, no, they fucking looted everything. Even like the secret gold blocks. Jesus.
It's insane. We have some speedrunners in our game. Oh my god, they actually got every secret block. It's crazy. Let's hit this portal. See where it goes.
Okay, and then if we need help, we just come back and we have literally beds. Oh, it's gonna respawn us the border. Do you want to go here?
I mean, we can just run when we get here.
Be careful. But wait, you should have gone with me. Fuck. You good?
Yeah, just run
fuck.
when we get in.
Oh fuck. Whoop. Now we have no portal. Holy fuck! This beast scared me. There's a person in front of us.
What am I doing?
Oh fuck! We're on left. Wait, is that a whole fucking team? The one guy. That's one guy. Wait, we killed this guy. Probably.
Yeah, this guy here.
Oh my! How the fuck did they find? Oh my god!
This guy's like always on his own. This tough guy.
We need the boots, low key though.
Yeah, we need to kill somebody. Like we don't have a choice.
But
This guy's chasing us behind us.
yeah, but we cut this guy off in border. Keep chasing. Yeah. Good shit. Oh fuck. John, the guy behind you. Good. Nice, good shit. Put this shit fast.
Yeah. Hit a sharp 3 diamond. Oh my god. Power 3 bow. Oh my god.
Oh, like holy shit.
One boots. Okay, I pretty much got everything.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, that's insane. That was a W. That was insane.
I'm just. Good kill though. There's a whole team coming, by the way, so I might go this cave down here.
You doing this pearl?
I mean, I really can't make anything with it.
You'd probably be better with it. Just like.
All right. They're probably gonna come down here. Let's go down here. Actually, they're not coming for us, but the moment they do, we just go down here. What's your healing, by the way?
Dude, that guy's a Midas sword. I have one.
We go down here. We go down here. We go down here. Come on.
One normal head.
Come.
Oh, they're coming towards us.
Yeah. Let's go down here. We gotta like fucking somehow go nether again. They chasing?
No.
Let's go nether again.
Above us, though.
Yeah.
Just above us. I don't think they're in the cave. Grab webs here, maybe?
I don't like webs.
Just in case, no.
Oh. Have it dead in here. Oh shit. Okay, you're X-raying W. We have to like low-key switch borders again.
Look at these webs. Okay, I'm just gonna
Go for it. I'm like literally exploring a whole brand new cave, by the way, that I just found. It's a gold. You have apples?
No.
But you have the enchant table, correct?
I do.
What's up, AJ? Down with the loot, bro. You died, bro. Your logger died. GG's. Fuck you, AJ. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Dude, wait. We won a game with AJ, right?
Yep.
About now you're good, AJ. Don't worry. Focus up. Focus up on your editing, bro. Focus the fuck up. I want that shit done ASAP, alright? Better see the first thing with bread in the morning. Yeah, I'm just getting all this gold here.
W.
We got first, second? Wait, W. I forgot. My memory is actually dog shit.
Wait, you want me to G-head?
Yeah, we have head?
Yeah.
Sure, pass me
Give me
that.
head, give me head, give me head, give me head.
I'm just like exploring this whole cave. You fucking can't do shit because, you know,
I
you
have
go up, we're
zero
gonna
healing,
die.
yeah. Like,
Okay.
absolutely zero healing.
We somehow, I don't even know, bro. Like, I think we go nether here. Just go back to like nether. We travel through nether, you know. Go to the opposite border because we already have a team on us right here.
We should make our portal there then, right?
Want to build it here? Let's do this last part here.
Yeah.
All right, you can start building it. Fuck it.
What the fuck's going on?
Oh, I probably should have got one more string right there. Fuck. You have one. Do you have one? You have one more? One string? Thanks, bro. Zach, wait, don't go by yourself yet. Hold on.
Yeah.
Scoot over. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. I have a G head, by the way, just FYI.
Right.
Okay, now we're back in the. Gotta come up. Dude, if only we can get another fight going. You're fucking sick. Michael Loy. Watch the holes. Oh, fuck. This way. This is like the 1 to 0, 0, close to 0, 0. That's the one straight at 0, 0. We don't want that one. We want to just like make our border flipped, yeah. Fuck. Fuck. Oh.
Berries. It's insane.
All right, what do you think we do here?
Honestly,
just fucking go back in.
Low key, like.
Okay, okay. How about this? How about this? How about this? We go in through here. We see someone. We go instantly back. We gotta block up though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we can't like if we get lavaed once, we're fucked.
Yeah, true.
That's it. All right. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Well, fuck. Wait. Come back. Get out. Hold on. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Fuck. Bobbly, come on.
Right, it's like this. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
That was good.
I'm fucking GG's. I'm just fucking dead. Oh, there's just no one here. I need food.
Same. I'm using sweet berries and they fucking suck ass.
The moment we see someone, we just go another, by the way. We just bed bomb them. Like, that's like our best plan, you know?
Yeah.
True, AJ, but I mean, fuck it, dude. Hold on, let me kill this guy. Here. Or.
I have bones.
Wait, you have redstone?
Yeah.
Pass it. How many bones you got?
11.
Here. Yeah. Make this here. You need 1 redstone. Make a compass. And then, yep. Okay, people over here. 1 guy at least. Okay, we're going another here.
Did I place my wolves?
Yeah, place them. It's 1 guy, but
we don't kill this guy.
Yeah, we don't kill this guy yet. We gotta like low key go another. But
okay, Qndres is right there. You wanna fight that?
We fucking cooker ninja here.
Power 3. He's cover scanning.
They're separated. Fuck. I can eat G-head, by the way, just FYI.
Yeah. I expect God's head.
Nice. Where'd he go?
He just fucking ran.
Oh.
I said we let him live. I don't think we could kill him, but like I said we let him leave.
Okay, well, I'm just getting diamond sword here.
Yeah, grab that.
Drop 3.
Dude, if I can get some shots off on Grenade, I have a power.
Team right here.
That's really not good.
Oh, fuck.
Team is it?
It's Amfrost and his team.
Fuck.
Wait, low-key, we gotta go Greninja here. Like, they're like mad separated, low-key.
Bro, they're probably coming towards us.
Yeah, they are. Let's run this way.
Dude, I'm on like...
I can eat a G-head, don't worry.
10 on 10 hearts, like I'm not...
The moment we see, the moment we just get engaged, just wait. We're not gonna get engaged, but the moment we engage in someone, I just pop the G-head. Here.
People behind us too. Careful.
Okay, just run. Look, this guy. This is the guy that runs forever. Oh, fuck. It's this guy.
What's up?
Pablo, I might be perishing soon.
Separated?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
I see. I'm pushing right.
Okay.
You're good. I see you.
You're good.
And my water be like tripping out sometimes. I swear to God.
Yeah, it just happened to me.
Don't even try. But AJ, if we win this game, you gotta give me crazy. But
Wait, how much gold do you have?
0. Oh, actually, I have. Wait, no, I have 45 nuggets. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, we can make it
I have
do right? I have
5. I have 5 gold.
There.
Oh, yep, another GN.
Okay.
Wait, W counts, Pablo. Hort. There's a guy in front of us. Let me light this portal back up.
No, there's like a fucking team of 20 people in front of us. It's not 8
Wait,
guys.
wait. What if we just go to the? They try to follow us here.
Sure.
I really want to bet a bomb, you know.
Go.
Hold on. I'm gonna like.
You died.
Oh shit! Grinch died. Teammates over here. Wait.
Power 3.
Oh, his teammate. Okay, now we go back. Look. We got one guy. Wait.
Spelling, careful.
Yeah. I want to see what happens here.
Dude,
Wait,
Fruitberries killed my fucking wolf, asshole.
Fuck. Go.
Shit. Block off. We gotta block it off.
I don't have blocks.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Back.
Oh fuck, Qndres!
Okay. This might be a spare
No,
soon.
this ain't it.
Run that way.
This ain't it, Qndres. I gotta go this way.
Yeah, you're good.
Fruit, tell me I might be able to web fruit. I just block tapped him, I think. Nope, he's on me.
I got out somehow. Uh-oh, Bob Blue.
I'm dead. I killed Fruit, never mind, I'm alive.
Wait, W. Good shit. I'm running. Can you live
Bro,
or
his
no?
dog almost killed me. His dog, yeah, I can live.
Okay, I'm just gonna run forever.
I need to get his katana. Oh my god, I was on half heart and his dog almost killed me.
I had to use that pro, by the way.
Loot. Dragon katana, mine. 8
Yo,
gaps,
shit.
mine. Oh my god.
8 gaps? Heal.
Yes. Yeah, wait.
If worst comes to worst, I'm going other.
Okay. Where the fuck's this diamond helmet at? Oh, wait,
I see a
diamond
whole
helmet's
nother
there, I
team.
guess.
Uh-oh.
Okay, but where are you?
I'm gonna come back. Use your compass.
Yeah, you're right.
Bob Blue, I'm fucking scared, bro.
Dude, I don't know how I killed him. He was like, I like got a perfect weapon and love on him.
Yeah, I saw that.
How do you see it? What?
No, I'm saying like I saw you're on 3 HP. You just fucking survived somehow.
Oh yeah. I don't know. It's insane. Okay, I have a dragon katana now.
Yeah.
And 7
Literally
gaps
another
and
right sword,
more
by the way.
of, yeah. And it's sharp 1. Yeah, it's sharp 1.
Okay, where you at, by the way?
I'm coming towards you.
What's up, Yeet? Yo, AJ's dogs.
Come towards me. Okay, I see you.
I see you, yeah. I'm letting the portal up again.
Okay.
Yo, W strats, right?
Yeah, that was W. I don't really know what the strat was there, except we just ran and
Yeah,
played. But
I have no healing, but I mean...
here, take 3 gaps. I have also 8 gold. Do you have an apple?
Yeah, no, I don't.
So sharp 1 diamond. Take that. I don't know if you need that, but
You made the jihad already?
no.
Here, make the
I did
jihad.
the head immediately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when I killed Fruit, I had to make it.
It's all good.
I was on half a heart and his dog was about to kill me.
We gotta do that. We literally gotta go to that. We gotta help him out, low key.
Wait, let me get one more apple. Just
Go for
so I
it.
can make a apple. So it's
Yep.
like, perfect.
Over here. Big fight over here.
You
Got
the
it?
shittiest luck I've ever seen. No. Come on, apple.
Oh
one
fuck.
apple.
Okay, let's go another. Run. Full 5 team, full 7 team.
Okay. It's the gold team, I guess.
Yeah, it's Cat 4K and them. Wait.
They're not chasing, I don't
They're not
think.
chasing, hold on. Not yet, at least.
Okay, there's the apple. I'm trying to
Wait. They're coming. Wait, are they? No, they're not. What are they doing? They're chasing someone. This is our chance to like look you backstab them. They're fucking Rain's full diamond. What the fuck?
Where did my lava go? Oh, I got rid of it to kill fruit. Fuck. I guess sweet berries I'll use as webs. Qndres, chill.
Good. Gapping.
Oh fuck.
Can you TP away?
I have a... No, I have no charges on it. And once, you should keep running.
Yep.
Oh fuck. It's not looking good.
Fuck, it's not looking good. Very. Oh fuck, I'm dead.
Qndres, can you like block up?
Nope.
Fuck. Oh, they're all going to you. They're literally all going for you. I can come back, try to do some bowing.
No. Wait, actually? You could be
Yeah,
cooking?
just get out.
I'm dead. 1 heart. Fuck. That guy, yeah,
Oh,
poison,
shit.
just CG's.
Yeah, I should have run. Oh,
Nah, that game was just dog shit. But it's fine, you got this.
Oh my god. Oh, bones. Okay. Well, I don't know what to do even if it, like, in deathmatch, like, I'm just fucked.
Yeah, what you gotta do in deathmatch, let every team fight, you just gotta, you have any arrows?
Yeah, I have arrows.
You gotta just, like, low-key play back.
Yeah, I have a power 3, so I can do some good damage, but, like, it's just fucking... It's just not looking good for me. I have only 3 gaps. I'm solo. That whole team is over there. I don't know if I go for that. Should I try to intervene with that?
Wait, what?
What do you think? There's a water fight over there. Should I fuck with that?
No, let me be honest with you. You need everyone alive to kill that green team, by the way. That green team is just, like, your only threat. They're fucking full diamonds with the pufferfish cannon. And
5 players. There's 2 teams of 5. You saying green?
Lobby is fucking cracked. I know, bro. This lobby was fucking crazy.
What can I do here? Do I?
If only AJ was alive. AJ would have gone crazy with the bow.
What could I do here? I can make a... I don't have any lapis to enchant at all.
Yo, full team behind you, by the way. Like, not chasing you, but
What?
they're just behind you.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I thought, okay, it's fine. Fucking shit. Brother. I feel like it's just as soon as deathmatch starts, I'm gonna get dropped off the start of it. Like, I just don't see how that's not the case. Like, I just don't. I don't know. I lava bucket so badly.
It's a guy right
Stay
there.
alone.
Wait, it's a... Yeah, that
Is he
guy's a
solo?
low-key
Can I
alone.
kill him or no?
Yeah, if you can, yeah. He's on 13. He's just running straight.
Yeah,
If he's
I
30
think
seconds.
the benefit is much better than the loss, but I have speed 1, so I'm...
Yeah. He catch up. He's gonna be bordering a bit. Maybe you catch up. I don't know where he went. Yeah, he's just going straight, by the way. He's just going straight to border. You're not on the...
I think he's like a 3 crit. The sharp 3.
Yeah. He doesn't see you. He sees you. He just saw you. Cut left.
Shit.
Yeah, you're good. Oh my god, he's just fucking bow you. He just sucks at the bow, though. Come on. Oh my fucking god. Now his dogs are on you.
Oh shit. It's just
No, yeah, I just don't take damage, yeah. Useless fucking damage taken.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Alright. Well, like I said, you got this.
I'm gonna rush mid. High speed 1.
If you somehow get like 4 gold and a redstone in the head, you can fucking respawn me. And 2 diamonds, you can respawn me, just letting you know. Well, we gotta just... I think push right. Push right, Bubba. Yep. Go that way. We get the house. Yep.
No. Oh, I got 2 diamonds. Wait, how
Yeah,
much do I
now
need?
push. You got 2 diamonds, you have a gap, and you need a head as well.
Okay, so if I get ahead, then I can revive you.
Yeah, but you need a clock. Make a clock. You make a clock with the redstone and
Fuck,
4 gold.
I don't have redstone. I have 3
Yep.
gold, but I don't have redstone.
Fine.
Shit.
Yeah, Loki, the only stack team right now is Rain Dynasty's team.
Who's
And
yelling at me to... Let me turn my mic on so I can...
Yeah.
attack people. Okay.
And one of them's on 4 low key, Bablu.
Who?
Wait, Theo guy. I don't know where he's at. I see him. This is the guy with the purple skin. He's at 9 now. Oh, he's on still on 4. He's at, or shit, he's with his teammate. Well, this guy's, he just ate a gap. This is.
Just people are on a roof. Like, what are they doing?
It's fine. Just stay alive.
Lame. Dude, that guy over there.
Yo, how you know what's up with you, Lloyd?
Who is what? Oh shit.
The guy's on 16. The guy with the purplish cannon. You have any arrows?
Yeah.
That guy's a solo, by the way. The one to your left. The one that's just running.
He's chill. He's chill.
If you want to just kill him for stuff, by the way.
No, I don't want to. Actually.
Yeah, Damien, thanks to follow. Yeah, I think you just kill him, Bubba. Low key. That's like, you need the head. Oh. You push it, yeah.
Gotta be more.
Song's good. Watching 2 at 2 a.m. Too much caffeine. I might order like 5 energy drinks in a bit. By the way, yeah. I don't know. You
He's
just let
not
them
killing
fight.
either. He's on 21. There's no way he's healing. I don't get anything from killing him. There's no like. I just get ahead. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. Just kind of just trade. You have arrows? You kind of need to help.
Yeah. I have tons of arrows.
You gotta help the other team.
Okay, where at? Get my eyes in here.
West of where you're at. Like literally, they're all fighting. You're gonna need to like somewhat try to build them off. Like you see, Loki, you gotta help out. Yeah. They stopped. Yeah. Behind you, Bubba. Behind you. Like the house right there. Yep. That guy's stacked. Just be careful.
Okay. Yo, who's bowing? What the fuck?
I wouldn't say engage, by the way. I would play back. Oh, actually, yeah. Well, I mean, if you can kill this guy somehow, the cloud guy, if you can kill him. Yo, wait. Actually, hold up. Oh my god, this is actually fucking amazing. By the way, all you gotta do is stay alive, Bablu. Stay alive. Don't get yourself distance. Yeah, you're gonna.
I don't know about you guys. I don't know. Okay.
No,
All right. If you say so. If you say so.
Yeah,
if
they
you
have
say
no
so,
healing.
if
You're
you
gonna have
say
to help him, Bubba. You gotta help Cloud. You gotta try to kill Cloud people.
I got you.
Yeah, they're low. You help them. Oh, that spike person, spike OW. Oh, 47.
Not on my side today.
Oh, this guy just careful, Bubba.
He is
Yeah.
Healthy.
Yeah, you're gonna need to.
Oh, hello.
Fuck, one just died. Bubba, you need to go to the... You find someone? Somehow, Bubba, you gotta pick up one of the full irons that's in Cloud team. Well, yeah, they have like the infinite healing.
Team
Are we
is
doing?
blue?
Yeah, blue team. You gotta bow them.
Okay.
Pull them off of Rain. Rain's dead here.
The arrows are so shit.
Yeah, keep bowing them off. Nice. Put pressure. Run.
Yeah.
Make a hit once here.
That work?
Nope.
No, that did not work. Fuck.
It's fine. Right now he has a 1v1 on you,
Okay.
but he's on 38. 14, no, 21. 22. Holy fuck, Bob, you fucking comboed his ass.
Shouldn't expect it.
You probably gotta help the guys on the left. The green team might die here. Got gummy worms.
Mhm.
You have gummy worms like right on your ass, by the way. He's gonna poison you. Yep.
Yeah.
He has a 1v1 with you right now, by the way. No, he just left you.
Nice. Not a fan of the idea.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's a 1v3v1. What's your healing, by the way?
I don't want to say.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's looking like raps from me. Wish I could play,
Oh,
but
fuck, my own strategy against me.
yeah, Yeah, they're fucking high, bro. I like. You have to kill a hobo here.
Shit, this is not good.
Yeah. Fuck. Kill that chaos guy, Pablo. Yeah, it's. You gotta do something here. Yeah, kill one of those at least. That's 1v. It's a 1v6, Pablo. Good luck. 1v1, 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 1v1.
1v1s, 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 1v1s.
Jeez.
They were not down for 1v1.
All right, we gotta get a third. We gotta get a third. We gotta get a third. Pablo's
I
agent
don't know what I
next
could have
try.
been better other than just like.
I mean,
more
yeah.
shit.
Hold on, I can get a third. This motherfucker's up. Dude, how many more wins do I need for tonight? Dude, I need to get fucking 9 more wins for tonight, bro. That's fucking not gonna happen. I'm gonna be fucking 24-hour stream. W.
Really Grizz.
I can get a third. I can get a third. I can get a third. I can get a third.
W. There we go. That took so long to stop my
You
recording.
did solo to get those wins? I mean, I can get them later. I just want to play Balblue right now. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I fucking love Balblue. Fucking why not just. Right now. I'm back. I'm back, dude, guy.
That I had. So sick.
Should I wake up my whole neighborhood in chat and ask if everyone wants a team for this next Hoplite UHC? How many people in this lobby? Oh, it's 10 at 90. Tomorrow, you and your right neos? I'm sorry. You fucking serious right now? Hi, Hobo. Hobo, you won that game. Congrats. What'd you guys have, Hobo?
Oh my god.
What happened?
Just let me share my screen. I want you to see this fight.
Yeah, I heard you like actually like. Was that a GG for Rue? Like, how did you kill them?
Just watch this.
Hold
See my
on. Yeah. Okay.
Watch this.
I was about to share my screen. I forgot to have a fucking. I don't want to send that yet. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I think right. No. Uh-oh, Bob Blue. Oh!
Isn't that nuts?
Dude, how? What?
I was on like 2 health.
Hi, Via. Welcome back. Good morning.
It's insane.
Bob is goated.
Literally
I
just the
know.
lava.
That's my goat. That's my goat. That's my goat. Who is this, bro? What's up? Bob was my goat. He's my goat. I was about to advertise, but
I think I'm like I just need to get better at the UHC game sense. Like it's not the
Wait.
PvP that's the issue for me. It's just like,
wait. Do you have? Surely you have a friend that's 1.20 main, right? That's like a good PvPer. Anyone bizarre?
I mean like Bry is good.
Is he fucking cracked?
Bry's cracked, yeah.
Wait. By the way, I see someone
Fast
that's in
usually,
bizarre.
but-
Is he actually being bizarre?
Who? Oh, don't say anything. But
Yeah, I know,
it's
but-
like
Maybe.
that.
Yeah.
Listen,
Yo,
yeah,
you know what I was about to say right now? I was about to say this, by the way. Yo, that'd have been so bad, no?
yeah, that would have been horrible.
That'd have been actually like
Yeah, he's
fucking
joining.
crazy.
He's actually joining. He's gonna play.
Oh fuck.
That's what he said. So. Yeah.
Yo, June, what's up? Hello. Looking for a third. I'm looking for a third.
I mean, that's Bry. Bry's actually really good. Trust.
Wait, that's fine. Right, I never said don't invite him. Just go ask him.
It's 3 a.m. though. I don't know if he's down. But
Bro,
we'll see.
ask the motherfucker.
Dude,
Oh,
Wemby's online. Or something.
Ask Daddy Wembu. Yo.
I feel like
Oh,
it's too late for him
Wembu.
right
Man,
now.
get the fuck. Wembu, I'm asking this bitch. Get your ass on. Fucking.
Gonna mute the audio in this lobby. Jesus.
Jay, y'all know Wembu's real name is DeQuavius? I didn't know that.
Quavius. What? It's not his name. His name is in my video that he was in.
Okay, what the fuck is his name then?
You have to watch my video.
Motherfucker. I hate you.
We all
Dude,
called each
no-
other by our
no.
first names. Me,
All
Mike,
right.
Fancy,
So we got
Robert.
Babu, we got fucking AJ, we got Wembu.
No, AJ was not in it. Yeah, but I like not on. I don't know.
Mother fricker, dude. Chat, I need friends. Anyone? Is there any streamers that need to fucking that I can get chat, please? Smiley face.
How-
What happened?
They wouldn't be in your fucking chat. Streamers that
Wait,
you're looking for.
what if we get Dev? Wait, Dev.
Bro's
Dev,
not awake.
are you awake? You wanna play? No way. Dev says yeah, right? If Dev says yeah, I'll literally go bald. Don't tell him. Chat, if Dev says yes to this, I'm gonna go fucking crazy. There's no way this guy says yes, though, right? You already are? Okay, I'm being serious though. Yo, T-Suck. What's up, bro?
Yo, why am I actually getting targeted
Or
out the
one suck.
wazoo right now? It's insane.
Lucky Mix, Kier. Yellow Wool, he's not even on. Well, Latrex.
I guess, yeah, sure. If you want to invite Litrix.
He's not on. He's not online.
Dude, I have
Yeah.
a whole fucking lobby chasing me.
Currently, sorry, it's not 5 out of 11. It's currently 5 out of 15, 6 out of 15. We got another 4 gifted, 20 gifted. 20 gifted. No need no invitation. Who can I invite, bro?
I just so fucking died. Fuck.
This Bob was stream, nobody does YouTube. But might be streaming soon. He just got his computer like literally today.
Yeah, might do some HOPLITE stuff. I don't know.
I mean, we can always play just me and you, but might be among us, you know?
Of course.
We might just have to fucking do like the 3 times the work.
Maybe Bubba's on? No, he's not on.
Nah, dude, nobody's on.
Is Booster awake or what?
Need a third. No, Booster's not awake yet.
Fucker. Yo, Sulfur Phoenix.
Yo, Solar Phoenix. Yo, should we pick him up?
Why did
13
you
star.
ask in game chat as if someone that we knew would like?
Well, I don't know.
come
Maybe
on, so-
maybe someone will be like, maybe someone that I know, you know, like you would see in person, but I ain't seeing anyone. Me, Andres, I'm sub to you. Alright, party invite. Yo.
It's crazy.
Hmm.
I'm surprised Yellow has not been playing this server.
With the
He's
honest,
still playing Sky Battle.
wait, I got a DM from someone. We might have to low-key dodge this queue if we don't get a third. I mean, fuck it, we'll play us 3. Us 2, my bad.
Yeah.
What is this? I can't see who this is, but all right. What's your grade, bro?
Right. Let's go, bro.
What you say?
Good. No. No.
Holy 12-hour stream, yeah. Oh fuck, dude, I'm an idiot, bro. I keep forgetting when I need to mute and unmute.
Yeah.
Probably dude comboed me so hard he's actually cracked. I know.
Dude, it's just luck based, dude.
Bablu went fucking crazy. We can look invite that Asu person. He's actually really good.
Who?
You like Asu with a W? I'm gonna invite him. He's actually like semi decent. Like he was actually like cooking earlier. He just had no healing, so really. Over here, yeah, yeah. I need to get fucking 9 more wins, bro.
Of course, the match starting in 10 seconds. I was literally about to get water. Whatever. I'll drop for
Here, I'll give you some.
water.
Take some. I'm gonna throw you some in your room.
My mouth is open.
Mm.
Yo.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yo.
Desert team, by the way, so we can get hopefully we get a Sphinx. I see a village on the right. Oh, I see a Sphinx. I'm running on it. Left. I'm gonna. You know where the mid chests are? Okay, in the middle of the Sphinx. In the middle of a Sphinx, there's the purple thing. Just go inside of it.
Should I
Like,
just mine in? Should I just
yeah. Mine in. I'm gonna land on the butt.
Oh shit, W loot.
Got a Fantasy 2 book. Notch apple. And then like here. Did you not get that chest right here?
Yeah, I got it, yeah.
And then right here.
What the fuck?
You don't need to come down here anymore.
Oh shit.
It's fine.
It's candy.
Give it candy. We can. Do I want to rush Midas though? If it's like just. I feel like Midas is just garbage. Chat, Midas is just garbage now, right?
I don't know.
So what's up, SP Dad? What's up? Holy fuck.
Yeah, that structure actually sucked.
Get out. Oh fuck.
You're on 9.
I know. I'm chilling.
I don't think you're chilling, little man.
We can rush something together actually. Wait, no, I'm chilling.
But I have I have 4 iron. I could literally just
Yeah, let's just
thing.
Find
some wood.
Yep.
And then I need flint.
I might not be able to help you nether today, but not today, but what's up? I am just Uzi. Hello. Uzi? Wait, Uzi. Bro, you know I'm gonna go see Uzi I think in a month.
Really?
Yeah, my friends just like randomly invited me. I'm like, okay.
Oh yeah.
Uzi.
Where's their gravel in the lava pool? Need it now.
We might have to go down, like straight now.
No.
I think Honors, Babu, Kier, and Dev are good, though I have one question. Do you guys really stage them manhunts? Because they look real life stage.
What? How do they look staged? It's the rudest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Oh, I found a lava pool. GG.
Fuck.
Flint.
I'm already going down.
You fucking bitch. Oh, can I find flint? Oh my god, I found it. Okay.
Yo, can you take a screenshot of that?
Of what?
What that guy said in chat? I think bomb blew. I just find it funny. The time saying hello to me? Well, W. Oh fuck, I'm just GG's idiot.
Did you die?
No, but almost did. Am I gonna see another?
It's a good question, Andre. He's asking if they're staged. I mean, it's a good question.
Who's Killer Alpaca?
Can't fault him for asking a question. Do you think it's too late to go nether, or should I just go now?
Go now. I'm about to be there in a second. Just wait for me. Yeah, you'll see me in a bit. Just getting gravel. Only good for early. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like Midas. I'm in Bastion.
I'm in Bastion as well. Oh my god.
Do you know loot this
I
one?
got an iron pickaxe. Yeah. If it's the one that I like.
Oh fuck, I'm dead here, I think. If this fucker is on me. You might die here, probably.
I'm dead. Holy fuck, come on, 2 hearts. No. Need candy. Blindness. GG.
It's bad gap.
Again. Cool.
It's beautiful.
Oh, shit. Okay, if I could get some wood, I could get iron pickaxe and just.
Hold on, click comms real quick. I am fucking might die here as well. Do you know how to do bad cap?
No, I don't know what that is.
Fuck. I know how to do it, but I'm fucking low. I'm scared.
Shit. There's a random dude here. Oh, this is actually. Oh fuck. Oh my god.
I low key have to eat this Halloween candy. Don't mind fatigue. Do I need to fucking? I need like a armor. Okay,
I had to leave the nether.
it's fine.
I'm in your portal. Oh my god.
It's fine. It's fine. I want you to be happier, Bubblu. I want you to be happier.
This is the shittiest shit on my.
It's fine. The dark shadow.
Is it? I don't think it's fine.
It's not.
Why are you fucking lying to me?
Sorry, Bubblu. Forgive me.
Yeah, of course.
Bet. Thanks, man. And all you need is a minute. I want to change my life. This is.
I actually need to be right back for 1 second. I just get water. Thing.
Go for it. Go for it. Yeah, you're good. You're good. You don't worry. You're good. Oh fuck yeah! I need to get the fuck out of here. I actually might die. I'm not gonna cap. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Yeah, we're dipping, chat. Actually, we're a little. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh, okay. Bubblu, when you come back, I can make something. I just need you. I just need a diamond sword. Yo, where the fuck do I get out? Oh, I see it. Later. Okay. Good night, Kai. Okay, all I need now is 2 diamonds. Is that Bubblu down there? That is Bubblu. Okay. Don't eat that. Don't eat that. Slash recipe. And glass. Yeah, blaze rod. And I need 2 diamonds, I think. Wait. Bro, what do you want? Get out of here, bro. Get the frick out of here, bro. Bob, we might need to come back. This guy might. Uh-oh. Bubblu. Okay, he's shifting fine. Holy shit, bro. I'm low-key getting tired. Bro, what the fuck do you want from me? I think bro wants me dead. Bubblu, you back? Bubblu, please come back. Bubblu, come home. Hello? Bubblu, don't die, please. Oh my god, they see Bubblu AFK. Oh my god. Don't do it. It's my teammate. Don't do it. Bro. You fuck off. Thanks. Alright, we're gonna kill you. Oh fuck, that's my gold block. Alright. I love getting stalked by some fans. Yo, how long does it take Pablo to get some fucking water, bruh? Pablo? Focus up, please. I can find 2 fucking diamonds, bro. I'm gonna kill this guy. Making diamonds so I don't give a frick.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yo, you gotta hurry up, bro. This guy just like, yeah. I found, okay, by the way, I found another red scrap. I just need to get 2 diamonds. For the dragon katana.
Okay.
Basically just an OP fucking sword. And yeah, I used the last game. Just and put books on it, bro. It just goes crazy. All I need is a blaze powder and some diamonds. We can also craft for you if you want to do it. I can craft you Artemis. You just need 2 diamonds.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I can give it to you. You find 2 diamonds and you can craft yourself. You can learn.
Sure, for sure.
Alright, I got it. That's all I need.
I'm just gonna get colors real quick.
I'm just getting like crazy stalked by this one fucking weirdo. 6 wins in 12 hours? Yeah, dude. All my lobbies have been like crazy stacked, dude. No troll, bro. This guy, like this guy, bro. Also, I just been on my. I think bro's a fan, Duzum. Get him banned. Can you? Like, look. Oh wow, bro actually didn't get those. GG's. / recipe. You can get that. You guys are banned. Yeah, I think I mean, I can't get him banned, Robert, but it's like, is there even a moderator awake right now?
Got diamonds.
Nice. Get like 2 so you can make yourself Artemis.
Yeah, got it.
Definitely is. But we're all playing UHC, bro. Like, report. Just want to. Like, what is it? Which one is it? Stalking me whole game. I will see. Like, bro has not stopped chasing me since like the beginning of the nether when I went nether. I need to get to you because I have like no wood and this guy's just stalking me.
Okay, I'm mining still, so.
Yeah, well, I can try to get to you, but no promises. Oh, literally, and no offenses. Oh, come on, there's no. What, bro? Hi, do some. Wait, you're gonna call up? Please call him up. Please call him up. This is a fucking huge cave, by the way. Yeah, I need. Shit. Can you somehow get to me, Bablu? Maybe smiley face. Like I have like stuff for what I need. I just have a new crafting table. But it's like this guy's stalking me, so I can't like do shit.
I don't even have a crafting table. I'm like, okay, wait, let me get out of this cave then.
Yeah, just get to me. Why are the case riders so fucking annoying? I found diamonds though.
Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna fire him for whatever.
Wait. Oh no, no, he's still right behind me. Fuck. I think I found the stronghold, bro. No, I didn't.
Is that a thing?
I think it is, yeah. I'm gonna go up. I need you. I'm naked, by the way, so I need you to.
Yeah, make it as well.
Oh fuck no! This is the fucking. All right, I can probably kill this guy now. I'm going up to get a piece of wood. Offense again. Wait, dudes, it's literally a troll pick if you don't go offense, correct? Like, if you're rushing 0-0 at every single time. Like, I feel like the farmer kit is, like, useless if you have shit ton of gold already. Like, I've tried telling people that, but they don't listen. These people got the fucking thing ready. Alright. Wait, okay, I have 2 crying obby, which is fucking huge, by the way.
Why is that huge?
We can make a scythe with 2 heads.
Oh, okay.
Basically just steals their shit. Their healing. I'm gonna try to get to you now.
I'm sprint. There's people here. Fuck. Pig.
Okay.
Pig.
Where you at?
Come here, pig.
Wait.
Why is my teammate trying to level up at me?
Get to me. Just get to me.
I'm coming. Dude, you're far as fuck.
I know. I see someone. There's another king.
Oh my god. I need wood. I need to craft. Like,
Yeah, I need fucking 2 obby. I need 4 obby total, but what's your Neo? How far are you?
pretty far.
Yeah, you're 400 blocks. It's fine.
The whole squad just rolled up on me. The gang. Okay, well, I'm with the gang, so if you want to roll up, Qndres.
Oh.
Make short as well.
Do you have any diamonds? Wait, I need to get.
2.
Okay. Probably make enchants. I just need to find another water bucket so I can get my obsidian right here. Where's AJ? AJ dipped, Gab. He has to edit a video. But WAJ, I love AJ. You know AJ, Gab? I love him. Qndres, do you have an ET? I do not know. Can you hear me? I don't. Bobo can make one though.
Yeah, if you give me hobby.
I can. You get. There's like lava. You can get lava buckets.
Okay, coming.
I forgot. Yeah, the teammate were with them. I forgot. Hold on. Wait, I see a naked guy. It's the same guy that was stalking me. Oh, but it's his fucking teammate. Oh, I see. Oh my god, he's 21. I might die here, probably.
Kinda close. Just, well, you're full, so just don't. Nice.
I think I scared the shit out of him.
I see you, I see you.
Gotta get this guy now. He dropped what I needed.
Which one?
Yeah.
Bro, the arrows on this server are actually like, is it just me? Like,
Wait, I might die. Hold on.
What?
Mobs are doing crazy amounts of damage. Can you kill that? Holy fuck, dude.
Of course.
I have a lot of gold, by the way. Wait, did you pick that up? Oh my fucking god. I need healing. I need apples. I have a lot of gold though. Dude, I almost just died. Apples? Question mark? I just need coal as well.
Wait, I made Abby. I need a buck.
That's what I don't have. Fuck. Why can I make more
leather?
obsidian? What?
Do you have any leather at all?
No. Hold on, I'm gonna go down here. I need this coal. Which, how do I make? No, I think flame charge is just. I think it's like this. No.
Give me a table.
Nice. All right, I made dragon katana. You said you made E table? Fucking huge. Good shit. Apples? Wait, y'all got apples, by the way?
Short on my boots. Hell yeah.
I'm getting some right now.
No.
But
I got
Shredder
3.
boots From a level 1 and 2.
That'll work.
Fucking insane.
Level 1 gat, thank you. I'll make a G-head and I'll make my lights. I also have a god apple, by the way. But Midas, Midas is fucking useless, I'm pretty sure.
I have 2
Here.
candies. That's it for healing.
I have TNT if you can make anything with that later.
Oh, whole team, whole team, whole team, whole team,
Oh,
whole
hi,
team, whole team,
Qndres.
whole team, whole team.
Dude, I did not want to fight this.
Uh-oh.
It's a dragon katana.
Oh no, how do you mean? Yo, hold on.
They're running away.
What a way to go.
This guy's one.
Who's one? I shoot him.
This guy on the left, top notch.
It's not on one.
Wait, I literally have. I can pop
He's
it.
20. He's 20.
What is this guy on?
This guy's also 20. 22.
Right here, probably.
Is he miss here? Oh fuck.
Three. Let me get the kill so I can get the dragon katana.
Call you.
On 2. I got it. You can just help our teammate Loki.
Okay.
Got him. Bro, just had like a.
Some good shit. Yes.
Alright. Coming back, Pablo. What client do you use? I use the regular Minecraft HOPLITE client, whatever it's called. The one that they recommend you to use. You good, by the way?
I think so, yeah. I just lost a lot of health, but I got him pretty low.
I have gold. I have like shit ton of gold. Like a lot of gold. Where's the energy table? Did we pick it up?
Yeah, I got it.
Here, take this for later, and then take that as well. You could make a Artemis, I'm pretty sure, and take this.
Give me a yeah. I need yeah.
But yeah.
I should a bow and
All right.
4 feathers.
I basically have a sharp 3 diamond sword with this katana. Here, we can make a shit ton of healing.
But I shoot feathers and I can make Artemis.
Okay. What's your healing, by the way?
One
Oh, a
piece of
teammate's out.
candy.
Let's go to a teammate. That's like literally our only teammate. Come 200 fight. Okay. It's like, oh, it's right here.
If I see chickens on the way, I need to kill them.
Bet. You get the chickens. I just boom a teammate.
Okay.
Oh, I see it. I'm coming, teammate. Yeah, you have any feathers, bro? Asu? What are the names?
They're both
something.
Fucking.
Top
one
left,
of the
20,
longest
21, 21, 21, 21. I need
got
water.
blue. They can't take the 2v1 like a bitch.
Put
Where
water.
I drop it.
I bet.
Well, I suck.
Got him.
Where's he
He's in
at?
it.
I told you.
Got him.
Nice.
Good shit.
I can make diamond boots.
Any of them have feathers?
I'm dropping a diamond sword. Boom. No feathers on me. Yeah. Can you actually pick up that leather that I just dropped? We can make a backpack. Whatever it's called. I'm not sure what it's called in here. And I can make a shit ton of healing, by the way.
Okay, bet. I have 0 healing right now.
Fuck.
Oh. I have 39 gold.
What the hell is a smithing template?
For netherite. You can teleport?
Just
Yeah.
keep it?
Can. Yeah, just keep it. Well, I mean, there's no netherite, so I don't think we need it. What I can make though is if I get one more head, I can make a lich staff, whatever it's called. Oh, not staff. Sorry, scythe. This side.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Our other teammates just don't know what they're doing, so we just stick this off 3.
Yeah.
Not no offense to them or anything, you know? Like no offense to them or anything. Wait, is there ancient debris? Yeah. There is indeed ancient debris. Wait, just down, Babu?
Where the
Ancient
fuck is
table?
chickens at?
I need apples and make healing. I need okay, there's fucking leaves right here. I'm blind, I guess.
Where
Can
the
I get like a
chickens
gap or
at?
two?
Evan?
Can I get like a couple gap?
There, right there. Hold on.
When you make
I need apple, yeah. Let me just get
Yeah.
apples real quick. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're good.
See one of our random ass teammates just having a wall with him
Just let them be.
in the desert.
Anyone have books? I can maybe make a sharp 3 katana.
Artemis bow, let's go, baby. Alright, made it.
The what, sorry?
Flint or
Made
gravel?
Artemis.
Did not. Wait, did you make your lights already?
I think I can make one more.
How much gold do you have?
0.
Okay, here. Take this. Oh, fuck. Whatever, just take another gap, it's fine.
Shit.
You have redstone by any chance? I kind of want to do something. Actually, no. I'm
Have
wait.
That's
What do I
the magic gamble.
recipe? No. I don't want to gamble. I want to get Reaper Scythe. Wait, Bob, do you still have an amethyst rod?
Yeah.
Oh, where you at? Oh, no, that's not you. Pass it. Can you pass me a head?
I don't have a head.
Oh, do you have a head, Babu?
Yeah.
And then I can make Reaper Scythe. Here, take this.
Oh shit. W.
Yeah, if you get low, just pop it. All right, now we just go to 0, 0. Right here, look, right here, look, right here, look, right here, right here.
I see Bobbler.
Flip weakness.
Brother.
Oh, he's got speed. Yeah, bro. They have Artemis, they have Artemis. Hit one. Audrey. He's low. He has Reaper side. He had a head.
Got him.
Just here, let's go.
I'll be fine. They have a side. Get the teammate.
Careful, I used to run.
I got one of them. He's low. Cut this guy off. I hit you. My bad. He just regened on me. Yo, Andres, chill. Andres, chill.
Boy, I'm off you.
Kill that guy, yep.
Just back up, back up, back up, back up.
I need help.
We need to go back.
Got you. Got him.
Yeah, just back up, just run.
I need to notch apple here in a second.
I need healing.
I'm dropping 2 caps literally on my body right now.
Andres, behind us, behind us.
Okay, Andres is dropping healing over him.
Did you see it?
He
Did you
has
see where I
the
dropped it?
side, he has the side.
We'll find it. It's here, too. Here. Andres, you good?
Yep.
You see what's coming, you see what's coming.
I might need to good. I might notch apple.
Back up, back up, back up.
Yeah, lucky you
Did you see the gaps I tossed in the floor?
Yeah. I got a katana. Let's go.
Andre, chill, you have good aim. Calm down.
All right. Just keep going him. I can catch up. There's a whole team in front of him. I have a sharp 1 diamond right there for someone.
Same.
Look, I only have 1 gap, by the way. What's your healing, Pablo?
0.
Just notch apple.
Okay. I can make like some more healing if you put that card table down.
Here.
I seen apples as well. Fuck. Here, Pablo, take this.
Yeah, bro.
Take this.
If I actually mined better, I would be in such a better spot.
I have 24 gold, by the way. We can make 3 more gaps, and I can get Pablo like 2. We gotta kill that team. I can make diamond leggings here.
Is there TNT minecarts on this?
Yeah, there is. I don't know how to do it though. I don't know how to PvP with TNT markets.
We need a flame bow realistically.
There's one.
Nice. Alright, we just need 1 more
I also
apple.
have a sharp 1 diamond, Babu. You want to combine it?
I have a sharp 1 diamond already.
Wait, why does it kind of sound like frame
Combine
frags?
Kinda, I guess. I don't have enough levels. I need 1 more level.
You're up.
Wait, put
How
the
many
just
does it
table
take?
down?
5?
5, yeah.
Wait, just table down, Pablo. In
Shit,
table. Thank you. P right here. Nervous. Oh, what's a full diamond?
Bro, what do you want?
Wait, this guy was like the one that was being weird all game. Let's run.
I need flint. I have no arrows.
All right, we can just run. Go this way. See this guy here? They're gonna chase us for a bit. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Just run this way.
How do you charge the katana?
I gotta get kills.
Okay.
They chase. We swim here. We let that fool.
What's up,
yeah.
45 HP?
So just get to this thing here. All right. I don't think they chase here, right? They do chase. I don't think so, guys. I'll be honest. I think they're just running us. That full line just running them. Got left.
How's this guy catching up? I literally have speed 1.
Water again.
I got a boat. Don't get in the water. I have a boat.
Oh, really? Come through.
Okay, I'm boating on you.
Yeah, shrink.
I think we should just strength.
They have strength.
I think we just use it now. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, we can use it now. All right, bro, scared and bro backed up. Okay, come chase us. Come chase us. Wait, do it. Yeah, pop. Wait, I got it. Let's go.
Get him. Go for the diamond.
All right, go. Go. Push back. Push now. Let's get it.
Yeah, you might want to back out. There's a lot of them. More just straight up. Andres, you good?
Yep, good.
I'm dead.
No, run.
Dude, I just want to talk. Can we just talk?
You're not gonna catch me. You better hope.
All right, bro jinxed
He
it.
did in fact catch him.
He did indeed. Fact. Yep.
Bro got caught immediately after saying that.
All right, we push left over here.
It's insane.
You're not gonna catch up to me. I can say that because I have a speed one for sure.
So this is the border on Trace.
Yeah, keep running straight.
So when
Oh, now we run left.
Turn right, Babu. Turn right.
So when do I not tap on there?
Keep going right.
Oh, you can on chop on now if you want. We're running forever, Pablo. I'm gonna run forever here. You get Pablo?
No, I'm dead.
Oh, fun.
I was in the corner of the border and I just got. Oh shit.
Dude, I think I'm getting cut off.
Yeah, really? That sucks. What's up, birdie down, by the way?
Who?
Birdie?
45.
Yeah. Wait, like how? What's the distance between like him and his teammates?
A lot. Oh shit. I would say he's rolling up now, but you're fine there. His teammates just entering the cave now. Teammates right behind him.
Fuck, GG's.
Fuck.
All right, well.
That's just tough.
Yeah, GG's.
It's just fucking tough.
All right, well, just got like, we need a third, bro. I can't play with this without a third. Yo. Yeah, the movements are crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's actually fucking annoying. Whatever. We go again. Hold up. I'm trying to find a third. Where's AJ? Sleeping, I think. Or no, editing. Might be sleeping, actually. I don't know. Damn. There's really no one. I think everyone's asleep. I might play solos, Bob, to be honest with you. I just play solos here.
Yeah, it's totally fine. I'm gonna go to bed.
All right, bro. You have a good night's sleep.
See ya.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Love you. All right, Brad. Bye, Brad. All right. Do y'all know Greninja? No, who is that? Who? What the hell is a Greninja? What's a Greninja? All right, I can play solos now. Yeah, it sucks when you have a third. Probably went to sleep. I'm probably gonna get one win, and then I'm gonna get like more wins in the morning, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. What's up? We can like I probably can get like 7 wins in the morning if I get Why is there a Smurf crouching at me? All right. I gotta get 9 more wins. I'll get them. I'll get them. I'll get them. Damn. Good morning from what's up, B1? By the way, I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you. I am fucking tired. I am fucking tired. I have to get another like 9 wins. Holy fucking shit. I didn't think about this through. Oh fuck. Dude, I'm gonna waste 13 hours again. Fuck. Oh, fuck, that was close. Okay. I'm so tired. Fuck. Realistically, I could just sleep and be back like at 2 hours, but I don't know about that one. Let's see. Let's see. This lobby is pretty good. I just need one way to get back on leaderboards, really. All right, I'm gonna get this win and just leave stream on, and while I take like a nap or something, I'll take a sleep, wake up at like 7 in the morning, and then yeah, I get back and grind. I'm not sleeping. Yeah, this is my last game, and then I'm gonna go sleep and then just leave the stream on. Wait, what can I like leave on? What's like a good because I'm gonna be watching the stream on my computer. Is there a stream that I like not stream? Is there like a show we can watch on stream? What's the time for you? It's currently 1 in the morning, but like my sleep schedule is like, yeah. We could watch some YouTube shows. I'm just gonna jump instantly. Oh, please. I'm just gonna jump straight down. Oh, there's water right there, and there's just a cave right there. Perfect. And lava right there. I got 2 pearls. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. What YouTube shows are good to watch and stream? Oh, fuck. I got you baited again. Good you bait, good you bait. Gambling on? I mean, I could gamba. We could gamba. Nah, I'll do... Nah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. No gambling. Maybe tomorrow we'll do lots more gambling. Tomorrow we'll do gamba. Alright. Still got another. Okay. Get this with sticks. No way, just got here. How many wins do you need? 9 more. I think once I hit like 16, when I reach 16, no, you know what? No, I think from now on, because I did say like I'll do this every 7 gifted now because fuck, dude, I've realized that fucking 5 is like I should have just stayed with my original amount of 7. I knew this was gonna happen. I knew it. Diamonds. I need an iron pickaxe. I needed iron. Yeah, we're almost there though. Yo, Zape, thanks for following. Appreciate it. Zap, Zape, hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm tired. Is solo easier to play? I think it's easier to get solo wins and team wins, yeah. Because your teams, you gotta rely on your team. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? I don't know. Why does it do that? Lucky? Yes. Wait, my friend's name is Lucky. Fortress. This is like strength pots. Man, I just want to go. This cave already sucks. I wish they nerf strength 2. It's too OP. I think it's busted. If only though. Alright. All I need now is just obby. 4 obby. Bum, bum. You know what? I'll leave 1 nether wart. That's it. Actually, I ain't leaving jack shit. What am I saying? I'm not going that way. Okay. Another wart. Nice. Now I just need to get things. I just need to get blaze rods. Please, please. The moment. No, he's gonna fucking break it, isn't he? Don't fucking break it. Don't fucking break it. I just got 2 more and I'll just break it. Well, at least he's doing something. Oh, fuck. Sorry, bro. Am I an asshole, chat? Might be an asshole. Fuck. You know, if I don't break it, someone else will, you know? That's just what it comes down to. I just need glowstone. Alright. Only a little bit? Fuck. Maybe I am an asshole. Oh well, GG's. W asshole, huh? Glowstone all the way up there? Fuck. No, it's just how meta is. I don't think this... Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, I mean, it's literally just a broken thing to do. Strength 2 with the sharp 3 is just crazy. A speed 2? As long as it's got enchants, you're chilling. I think bro's a little late, but you know, we're not gonna say shit. Oh fuck, it almost just knocked me off. Ba, 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 ba. Yo, what is bro's name? LAAFC KFC. And I just told us to... Wait, what? What'd you say, bro? Oh, fuck. Okay. Wait, this is literally me. What? What time is it for everyone? Is everyone, like, sleepy? Okay. 7 p.m. Jesus. Is that Hawaii time or something? Australia? This is not the exit. Oz, damn. I got the Australian viewers right now. W though. Dubs, dubs, dubs. So I'm fucking sleepy, bro. I cannot wait to just hit my bed right now after this UHC win. Yeah. Now just give me 1 book. 1 leather, please. And I go down. I do need a brew, actually. 1, 2. All right. Surely no one on these diamonds yet, right? Top of this temple. Surely I don't want to go down all the way over there for those diamonds, right? It's one diamond. What can I do? What's the difference? Wait. I actually need that. Low key, not gonna lie, I low key need a diamond. I can make something very OP. Oh fuck. We chill. Yeah, I actually need that diamond actually. Yeah. Alright. I also need this piece of gold too. I actually need everything here almost. Okay. So what we do here, the situation, we just make we gotta go down actually. We do this. Not yet. Surface sign. Well, the ad literally doesn't let me have a good stretch. I will see you tomorrow or whatever. Peace out. Adios. Peace out, Nero. Good night. Have a good night's sleep. What the fuck is that? Oh. My bank account. Do I need leather? Right, yeah, I need leather. Horses. Yeah, this might be like a low-key slow rush, but could be just a guaranteed win here. Yeah. It's literally all I need right now. Okay. Yeah. Bro. I'm gonna die just to like fall damage. Oh fuck. Fine, chill. All right. This is very much a good rush. No, I mean, not rush, but you'll see right now. Oh, diamonds. Perfect. I secured a half a vacation day. I'm off in 3 hours. Wait, W. Hell yeah, VL. Not one dupe. Wow. Okay. Should I start cooking? I probably should start cooking. What am I doing? I gotta wake up tomorrow and make my meal prep. Yeah, but by the way, this is my last game, and then I'm just gonna leave stream on and just go to sleep. I forgot to get fucking. Wait, that's fine. I can just go it here. Yep, we leave stream on and we just go to sleep. Word on stream? Yes. 100% yes. There we go. Okay. So we make that. And then we make this, I believe. Bam. We need redstone real quick. Right now. Redstone. Cool. And then we gotta make this though. Go. We need this. We need that. Perfect. We need this. We need that. That. Alright, that's one thing done. Perfect. Now we do this. Fuck. We make this. Okay. And then we just have 5 spares, so we just make boots. All right, cool. And now we just snip lapis. We need a brute strength. Yep. Do that. Stack that. Don't need that. Why would you type out question mark? What? What's the zoom key in HOPLITE? It's R. Is that talking about? It's called like I don't know what the mod is called. I just dude literally go on hop. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. What? Wait, no way, bro went back to Nether. Can we kill him? Fuck. That's not very good. I was like T best T_best. Fine. Make strength 2 here. We'll just go to 0, 0. Strength 2. Strength 2. Strength 2. There we go. Now just brew 1 strength or 1 speed. I am fucking sleepy, holy. Bro. Alright. Bro, do I really gotta like enchant something? Oh, fuck. Make my gaps, I guess. Oh fuck. There's iron here. I didn't see this. All right. I gotta go up. Oh, it's a fucking spider. I need iron, I need iron. Damn, weakness and strength. Is this cross cancel? Not working for me? What's not working? Hey, a fire aspect book? Or not? Give me a book. Hold on, chat. Make sure you download all the mobs correctly from the client. That's all I really know. I don't really need a staff member to help me. It's probably like just go to the server or go to the website and then click on that installer, and I clicked in it and boom, worked. Make sure everything's up to date. All your Java is up to date. This is why I like this, by the way. I can literally just go to 0-0 with this dude. Hold on. Go this way. Wait. There we go. Just like Kobe. All right. Well, it doesn't TP back anymore. It just works as a TP boat. Okay. Yo, Z-O, hello. Yo, what is Blood doing up there? Oh, someone just died. All right. Okay. You're still streaming? Yo, what's up, Arnex? I need turntable. We'll see. We'll see what we do. Hello. Fuck, I'm dead. What? Okay. Sword. Will we poison? Wait, what? The fuck just happened? What? Okay. Give me a G, I think. I can kill that guy. Just hold on. It's not a dupe. I just didn't combine my swords for some reason. Alright. Alright. I want to kill, like, I want to get that guy again. What's his name? Hold up. I'll kill him. See him. Super plants. Let bro drink. The fuck? Jesus. Golden head. Cool. I don't really want this power 4. I already have what I need right there. How many levels for short 4? 12 levels? Okay. One more. Alright. Bro, cool. Now who wants to fight? Oh, you're stacked? You know. Mid. Some may say it's mid. Hi, Hobo. Why aren't you sleeping yet? How the game's been pretty good actually. Well, the last game we lost. I mean, it was just me and Bob playing by ourselves. We needed a third, and then that's like the last game I played, and now it's this game. And so far, I don't know. I don't know about this game so far. I mean, 2 minutes till deathmatch. The plan is we look northwest. We just fucking throw the Ender Pearl, Tom Brady style. And hopefully find someone. You sneeze. There's no one here. Damn. I say thank you. I've been enjoying streaming though. This is actually pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. Why don't you stream, Hobo? Oh, there's a fucking 2-force diamond right here. Wait, I actually... Wait, he has speed. Wait a second. He has the potion effects. I'm running. Wait, do I get my shit back or no? Wait, bro can just like get strength off of me. Yo, Elliot, thanks for follow. Appreciate it. Okay. Alright, well, this is gonna be a fucking hard one. Yeah, this guy's fucking stacked. Scythe is crazy. This is gonna be low-key hard. Okay, I have an idea. I just gotta teleport the fuck away from this guy, though. Alright. Yo, Jacob, thanks for follow. Appreciate it. This is gonna be really fucking... Yeah, this guy's strength. This guy's shrinking something. Wait, never mind. Maybe I'm not too stacked. I need healing. Hey, did y'all hear that guy drink something? All right. Nice. Good poisons. Yeah, you gotta, like, do something here, bro. has thorns on his gear. It's actually a little annoying. Oh my fucking god. How many poison does that guy brew? Oh my god. Scared, bro. You're scared. You're scared. You're scared. Nice. There's TP'd away. I need this guy. There's one guy that's still alive. It's... I didn't see this guy's head, though. This is really fucking bad, bro. Fuck. Is it too late to Gamba? Someone up here? I gotta clean that. This guy. Wait, I just got them fight. I got up there though somehow. Holy shit, yes. Yeah, it's just wraps, right? Like, it's just GG's. I was not stacked. I was not stacked. This guy just made Scythe and Strength 2's OP. Don't care. Well, GG's. Well, my fucking god. There's really nothing I can do there. All right, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna leave the stream on though. I'm gonna leave the stream on, and I gotta, yeah. I will see you guys in the morning when I wake up after I take a shower and stuff. All right. All right, chat. I'm gonna be like, when I wake up, we go again. Currently sleeping Wait, log preview. I bet. Chat, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow morning. I'll be up in, like, yeah, I'm gonna get my sleep. All right, chat. Peace out. Thanks for watching. Be back in like a couple hours, all right? I'll play some music, like some lo-fi show or something. I don't know. Actually, no, it's fine. This music's fine. All right, good night, chat. Good night. It's not a subathon. It's not a subathon. Okay, it's not a subathon. Just good night. Also, Via went away. Could you or I don't know if you can ask a mod or someone to change the title to like every 7 subs now instead of 5? Because I just realized, holy shit, I'm gonna be sweating a lot next week, today in the morning. All right, good night.